Good evening, Lunatics. Hope you're all doing well on this fine Sunday evening. Hope you're all doing well. K-roll. Literally, we just got started. What do you mean I need to take a drink literally right now?
Thank you!
A whole year of being subbed to limit shenanigans. No Mimi one wow.
Sagami, thank you so much for the year of subs. I really appreciate it. Oh my gosh. Please continue enjoying the cute emotes. I love how cute they are. Man, I've been thinking about some new emotes I want to do for the subs too. Like, I kind of want to do a Camilla one after a thing that Sagami mentioned the other day. I'm just trying to work out the details right now, trying to figure out what it's actually going to look like. Mother trucker! I literally ate right before the stream, and of course I got goddamn hiccups. If you guys hear me hiccuping, that's it. Sorry about that. But yeah, let me get a quick drink and stretch out. Thanks to K-roll. I'll say hey. Oh god, I drank too fast. Ah, that's going to make it even worse. Proceeds to lurk. Okay, I need to get a lurk emote. But, yeah, go ahead and lurk. Sagami, do what you gotta do. What kind of character would I use for lurk? What's a good character for that? I'll think about it. Ah! Hiccups, go away! I have a lot of reading to do today. I don't have time for you. You know, I once actually had hiccups for like 2 days, and I felt like dying after that. That was not a fun time. Also, hey, Devil Hunter Wolf and Dirt Dog. Good to see you guys too. And now for the next magical trick, she has to pull a magic hat out of her panties. Ugh. You'd suggest Vivian, but that'd be something Twi would do. Twi's got plenty of Vivian emotes as it is. July 9th, 10 a.m., District Court Room number 3. Again, I apologize if I keep on hiccuping. I am hoping it goes away sooner than later. Oh wow, we're just like jumping right into the courtroom immediately? Wow, we don't even get to like talk about anything in the courtroom lobby? Okay, sure, whatever. Court is now in session for... how do I say that? Bachi Tobey, Your Honor, the pixie of the arpeggio. Right, his trial. Court is in session. The defense is ready, Your Honor. You know, I wonder if, like, any of, like, the defendant profiles list their pronouns, because, like, I'll be real, like, Tobey kind of, like... It is pronounced Tobey, right? It's not pronounced Tobai. Because I heard that his name is supposed to be a pun on much to buy. But yeah, like, I wonder if, like, I don't know, he comes off a little gender for me. I don't know, just a thought. The prosecution is A-okay, Judge. It's theorized it is, though I don't think that's really confirmed. Makes sense. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. Ah, my opening statement, Ja. No, actually, there was something else I wanted to ask you about. Yes? Actually, now that I think about it, considering how close to home this is for both Clavier and Apollo, you would think that neither of them would be allowed to preside over this as prosecutor and defense attorney. Because you'll be all like, oh, like, this was literally happening on your stage, and Apollo literally was like right outside the door of when the victim was murdered. Apollo's a witness. Yeah, exactly. Apollo's a witness. He should be able to be defense attorney. But what about Clavier? Is Clavier okay to be prosecutor in this instance? It literally happened while he was performing a show. Say you're going to visit someone in the hospital with an incurable disease. Judge, is everything all right with your family? And friends? What do you say to them? Life, death is but life's next big adventure? Yo, Mirror Artist, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. We literally just got started. How are things? I got the goddamn hiccups. I literally did not have hiccups until I started stream. And then hiccups out of goddamn nowhere. And it's annoying the heck out of me. Yeah? Well, I mean, you wouldn't say, get well soon, right? You'd only be kicking them when they're down. What are you talking about? I'm going to visit someone who is terminally ill. Oh, Judge, I'm sorry. I hope that... Oh, I can't even say I hope they'll be okay because they're literally terminally ill. Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. I hope you'll be okay. Right after this trial, the Chief Justice's son. Oh, wait. Do we know who the Chief of Justice is? You gotta be lurking while you work on the last thing you need for just shapes and beats, which means play online. Yeah, no worries, Mir. Feel free to lurk away. We're always happy to have lurkers. We have a lurk command for a reason. Yeah, do we know who the Chief Justice is in this universe? I always forget. I don't think we do, I don't think it's a character we know, do we? Well, still, sucks for the Chief Justice's son. The Chief Justice? His son is affected with the most terrible disease. He doesn't have long, it seems. I'm sorry to the Chief Justice. We never met them? Gotcha. I'll say hey, Lindy and Paperstar. Hope you guys are doing well. So, I thought I'd go pay him a visit. Aw, the judge is a good dude. You know, when he's not perving out on all the hot women. You know, like me. I thought saying something moving might be the order of the day. No, you just bummed everybody out. Judge, you just made everyone depressed. This is why I don't have a vent channel. It's not that I don't care. It's more that, man, we don't need to bring down people's moods when we're trying to, like, be entertaining, you know? Well, I mean, you're a judge. You're not meant to be entertaining, but I need to be entertaining. Why don't grown-ups ever just say what's on their minds instead of pretending? Yeah, that's honestly what I subscribe my life to. I'm always open and talking to y'all about stuff. She's looking at me with something like disgust. Hey, what are you looking at me like that for? In any case, I'm a bit busy today, so let's wrap this up quickly. Prosecutor Gavin, your opening statement, briefly. You're in luck, Judge. I believe you're going on your hospital visit sooner than you think. I've also noticed with this game that there's an autosave feature. I caught, like, every time you look at the top right of the, like, not top right, but around, like, the middle right section over here, I sometimes see a save icon, and I'm like, man, they didn't have that back in the first trilogy for Switch. I'm guessing they probably added that so you don't have to be constantly saving the whole time, right? Actually, is that in my settings? No, apparently not. It apparently just autosaves itself. Okay, whatever. I believe you'll be going on your hospital visit sooner than you think. First, to review the victim in this case. Romaine Letters, age 35. A global manager for Diva Songstress Le Miroir. I am noticing that he is wearing a little earpiece. I'm not sure. Man, like, if there's one thing I don't quite remember, since it's been a week since I last streamed the game, I don't remember if he was wearing the earpiece when we found his body. I wonder if that's going to be relevant at all. The cause of death. Blood loss due to being shot by a large caliber revolver. This report has all the details. The court accepts this into evidence. You better not update an autopsy report. Letus's autopsy report. Death due to loss of blood from a gunshot wound. Actually, now that I think about it, He definitely didn't die to shock, but like, wouldn't there be just like more damage to the body than just a giant gunshot? Because like, let's be real here, revolvers, they're some pretty freaking powerful guns, right? Like if you get shot by a revolver, I feel like it would just completely dismember part of your body depending on where you're shot, right? If you get shot in the shoulder, I feel like it'd take a huge chunk out of your body. At least according, like, from what I know about gunshots in real life. Estimated time of death, 9 to 9:30 p.m. What do you mean estimated time of death? We know when he died. Apollo literally saw when he died. Did Apollo not go check his watch? It's like, time of death, blah, blah, blah.
45 caliber, that's quite large, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It should have like ripped off a huge chunk of his body.
A direct hit from that could knock a man off his feet.
Oh, never mind. We actually do have a photo of it. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel like a gunshot would do a gunshot from a revolver would do way more damage than this.
However, the bullet struck him in the shoulder. The damage to the body was slight. Death was not immediate.
I guess maybe the gunshot I guess it just went right through him. What do I know? I'll say, hey, Mike, how you doing?
Sadly, his blood loss was such that he could not be saved. I suppose the victim's condition could have been much worse considering.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I guess it really did just pass right through him.
2 shots were fired. 1 shot missed. The other penetrated and passed through the victim's shoulder. Both bullets were found in the wall at the scene. Observe the diagram. This is where the bullets hit. I see. The court accepts this evidence. If we're talking about a 45 caliber revolver, we must assume that the killer was adept at the weapon's use.
Really? Yeah, apparently weapons that size have a powerful kickback. If, say, the judge tried to fire one, it'd break every bone in his body. Guys, do we know how old the judge is? I feel like I ask this literally every Ace Attorney playthrough, but I always have to ask. Since it's like 7 years later, that means he's 7 years older than the time of being a judge in the original trilogy, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If he's like 90 years old, like maybe they'll probably break every bone in his body.
The defense will take no more care in choosing examples. As I was saying, the victim was shot backstage in a dressing room. The dressing room has only one entrance, this door. That does seem to be the case, yes. However, there were witnesses who heard the gunshots.
He's talking about you and Emma, huh?
Yet, when the witnesses entered the room, it was empty, save for the victim's body, of course. But that's impossible! Exactly. This murder was impossible. For all but one person. One person? That is, of course, the defendant, I almost said defense, the defendant, Machi Tobey. Only this defendant could have committed the crime? But how? It's quite simple. The circumstances of the crime scene made it clear. Very well, I assume you have testimony to back up this claim. Please, show the witness to the stand.
The judge is at least 55, but we don't know his exact age to your knowledge. Makes sense. Jeez. The judge didn't age too well if he's 55 and looks like that. Good lord.
Your name and profession, please.
Emma Sky. I'm a detective for the police department. I was on security detail at the concert forum that night. Man, I can't believe Emma was in the middle of browsing the internet during that time period.
Hey, Minna, how's it going? Stop spamming bricks, that's rude. I imagine he's much older than 55. Also, hey, Devin, how do you do too? So we just know his age to relative to another character. Also fair. Emma seems tired somehow.
Security at the concert, you say?
Some security I was. Couldn't even stop a murder.
Now, don't blame yourself. Things like this happen. I even made bigger mistakes in my career, you know.
Ah, Judge. Simping after pretty girls again, as per usual. We're gonna 100%ing clear a game? Nice. Hope that's going well for you, Devin. I'm sure that makes her feel much better. I want to hear about these bigger mistakes. In any case, because you were on security detail, the crime was quickly discovered. And we were able to identify the killer. You may give the court your testimony, if you would. Describe the circumstances of that day and your discovery of the crime, please. Alright. Aw, Pouty Emma's cute too. I really need to get a pouty face for my Lena model. Murderous circumstances! The night of the murder, I was on security backstage at Prosecutor Gavin's request. Only people involved with the concert in some way were allowed backstage. Why would Gavin just get a police detective to be his security detail? Like, you would think that he would just like hire a specific security company. Like, oh, right, what was that security company that Ron worked at in, oh, was that Justice for All? Oh shoot, I forget. Oh my god, which game was it again that featured like Mask the Mask? Yeah, KB Security. Why couldn't he just like hire someone from KB Security? Oh, that was Trials and Tribulations? Why did I think it was Justice for All? Only people involved with the concert in some way were allowed backstage. Oh, you're working on 1,000 Year Door? Good luck with the star pieces. That took me a while too on stream. At the beginning of the third set, I heard shots. I went into the room, filled with blaring rock music, and found the body. I examined the scene and determined that only the defendant could have done it.
It was lucky that a detective was the first on the scene.
But that door was the only way out of the room, right? Yeah, pretty much. Then, I don't get it. How can they say that Machi did it? Looks like we need a bit more information.
Very well, the defense may begin the cross-examination.
I will say this. Machi sounds more like a Hispanic name to me, but it might just be because I'm thinking of mariachi band. And I can't tell if that's racist or not. I apologize if it is. Cross-examination. The night of the murder, I was on the security backstage at Prosecutor Gavin's request. Liar! Why is it that I can't look at her tells and see that she's hiding something? Ah! Okay, no, it won't let me. I just assume French because Le Miroir also looks French enough. True, but they're specifically from a made-up fake country. I'm trying to... Where was it again? What? Bormanier, something like that? I forgot. But yeah, they have a fake country name. Night of the murder, I was on security backstage at Prosecutor Gavin's request. Borginia. Yeah, thank you. I'll say hey, Dishnet. Good to see you too. Thank you, chat.
The night of the murder was the night of the murder.
I mean, the night of the concert, yes. That's right. What was a detective doing on security detail, might I ask? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, Apollo. Could have hired a perfectly good security company, but no. Let's just go to the police for this. If it was only a concert. My thoughts exactly. Okay, so Gavin's just a dumbass, got it. But orders are orders, even when they come from rock gods.
Prosecutor Gavin?
Yes, allow me to explain. I smelled something that day, you might say. The stench of conspiracy.
Oh yeah, right, because like a lot of dumb shit was happening to him lately, so he probably wanted, so he thought something weird was going on, right?
That day at the concert hall.
Conspiracy? Are you a theorist? Are you a video game theorist? Because if so, where's my money, Matt Pat?
Well, isn't it obvious? The kiss!
Clavier, this is Twitch, you're not allowed to say that here.
That whole morning, no, the whole day was ruined.
And it was all because someone stole my keys!
I couldn't ride my hog to the show. I couldn't open my guitar case. There he goes again, racing through my mind.
Isn't it possible he simply misplaced them?
Misplaced them? Misplaced items don't just wander into a murder victim's hand on their own.
What's this, Prosecutor Gavin? If your keys were in the victim's hand, that makes you a prime suspect.
That's what I was thinking.
But he's too much of a rock god. He can play music with an air guitar. I'm just saying.
Love, slow acting and new. Atroquinin is waiting for you.
He's singing something. Does everything with this guy have to be so over the top? I mean, at least he's not throwing stuff at you, Apollo. Look on the plus side. At least he's not getting a hawk thrown at you.
The killing happened in the middle of my concert. I was like a sailor adrift on a sea of sound.
Oh, okay, but who did you drink with? Are they drunk or are you drunk? Does that mean you're also immune to death? And this makes absolutely zero sense to anyone who has not been keeping up with Mayo's Clock Tower streams.
Anyway, I didn't want anything else stolen, so I put the detective with the most time on their hands on the task.
Really, Emma? I see. I can accept that. Emma, how much work do you actually do, girl?
Well, I can't. What do you mean time on their hands?
Please, the testimony. Yeah, poor Emma, getting a book thrown at her while she's out when she's forced to testify. I do think it's great that we have Emma as our Gumshoe in this game. That being said, though, I do wonder if we will actually see Gumshoe again. I know he's going to be in the investigation games, but I don't know. I just kind of miss being able to see the old lug in the main series games. Hopefully he'll be back in Ace Attorney 7. That'd be cool. Only people involved with the concert in some way were allowed backstage. We were let in, though.
I didn't know about that. I certainly didn't invite you. I gave the Fraulein special permission to be there. I wanted to see her again.
Clavier, she's 15. You're like 24. You're like 8 years her senior. Like, maybe if she was 18, it'd be okay, but give it a few years, you know?
Oh boy, did you hear that? We're officially involved now!
And why are we still defending this case in this instance? Gee. Great.
Some other hanger-ons tried to get backstage, but I drove them off.
So no other outsiders were there then.
And then, at the beginning of the third set, I heard shots.
I believe we were having a chat when we heard the shots.
You were the one chatting. I was eating snackoos.
You know, okay, chat, am I crazy? Am I Mandela affecting this? Because, like, I could have sworn it was pronounced snackaroos and not snackoos. Am I Mandela-ing this? Like, feel free to correct me, but I could have sworn it was snackaroos, it's not just snackoos. Oh, hey, no snacking in court.
And you're sure the shots came from Le Miroir's room?
Yes, absolutely.
Hey, I'm the one being cross-examined here.
Well, this is what happens when you witness the case, Apollo. Maybe Snackoos are an offshoot?
I don't know anymore. I could have sworn it was Snackaroos. Here, this'll keep you quiet.
Donk.
Sorry, Limit, but it's definitely always been Snackoos. Yo, guys, I just Mandela'd myself. Wait, does that mean I'm in an alternate universe? Guys, I need one of you to punch me into my correct universe. Probably in that universe where everyone's happy, healthy, and rich. And I'm a big, fancy VTuber. Oh man, can you imagine if I had a Lena VTuber model? Oh my god, I want a Lena VTuber model so bad. I'm just going to have to settle for a PNG for now, though.
So, how about it, Emma?
Oh my god, they're actually keeping up the punches? Okay, that's funny. We were right. There's hardly a mistake about that.
Please either talk or eat. Not both at the same time. You're making the streamer have to read out every munch.
Right, so after that, me and Mr. Lawyer there opened the dressing room door. I went into the room filled with blaring rock music and found the body.
Rock?
Blaring? Yes.
When you say rock, are you referring perhaps to this rock and roll music that's so popular these days?
That's right, when we went into the dressing room. Okay, so let's think about this here. If the judge is like 55 years old, and this is supposed to take place in the 70s, not 70s, it takes place in 2020s. If we subtract 55 years, that'd be about 1960s, 1970s when he was born. By that logic, that means the judge is Gen X. I'm pretty sure Gen X people knew what rock and roll was. Isn't it a conflict of interest to have Apollo be attorney as he was wanted to find a body? Yeah, we talked about this earlier. My buddy Burmside's an actual lawyer. He confirmed that, yeah, Apollo should not be allowed as a witness. Let's say, hey Carp, hope you're doing well. Feel free to lurk if you need to. That's right, when we went into the dressing room, music was blaring over the speaker on the wall. They piped sound from the stage into the backstage through speakers. That way people in the back can hear when they're supposed to be on stage. Everyone in the courtroom is in the wrong spot except the judge and Emma. I mean, think Clavier being the prosecutor would be more pressing issue if they were to care. Yeah, Burmside added that on too. Did it have to be so loud? You don't listen to the Gaviniers with your ears. You feel it with your entire body and soul. I always have the backstage monitors at full volume. And this is why I don't max volume on my game. It'll blast out your ears. When we walked into the room, the band was playing Guilty Love, I believe, making it easy to determine the time of the death, time of the crime.
If you could hear that music playing,
then everyone on stage for that song has an alibi, including myself. Anyway, I closed off the scene and started my investigation. I examined the scene and determined that only the defendant could have done it. How could you know something like that? As I said, it was clear from the circumstances. Listen, we know there was only one exit from the room, that door. The small window only opened a tiny crack, and I was standing in front of that door. So how could the killer have fled the scene? There's only one possibility, the air vent. Oh, first objection of the stream. Let's go. But that air vent was way too small. Who could possibly? Exactly. There's certainly no way you could get through, nor me. The only one who could fit through was a child. A child. Remember, access to those rooms were limited. Only those involved in the concert were allowed. Man, what kind of dystopian country is this with Japanifornia, where they can prosecute a 14-year-old as an adult? And of all the people involved with the concert, only one is small enough to be considered a child. So are we just going to throw them into juvenile hall or what?
The defendant?
The pixie of the arpeggio flitted up towards the sky. Just wait till you get to the later games where things get worse. I mean, I know about the first case of Spirit of Justice, so I'll say that. And disappeared to the scene of the crime. But that's just conjecture! Oh, there's no other way out of that room. The USA has prosecuted children as young as 8 as adults. Hey guys, anybody want to help pay for my moving fees so I can move to Canada? You were there, you should know, Air Forehead. And there is another vital piece of evidence. Evidence? What? Marks were found on the air vent grill. Traces that it had recently been opened.
What?
Wait, what? And something else was found quite clearly. The defendant, Machi Tobei's fingerprints. What? How was I only now learning about this?
Order, order, order.
That event was the only way out of the room. The defendant's fingerprints were found on the grill. Well, Air Forehead, did you touch the grill? You broke my grill? What fairy tale does this suggest to you? Hey, Rabbit. Someone broke our grill. Only one could pass through that vent, that doorway to heaven. What about a staircase to heaven? You broke my grill, Douglas! Hey, Maniacal, how you doing? How's your day been? I'll be real, I'm very exhausted. I barely slept last night. Well, last morning, as it were for my case. And that one is our pixie. Why are you looking at me, Apollo? Hey, I was out whooping it in the crowd. You know, I know she means like whooping as in she was cheering in the crowd, but I like to imagine she's just like kicking everybody's asses out in the crowd. Like she became like some kind of fighting game character from like Guilty Gear or something, and she just started whipping out her wand and is like bashing everyone through magic. Hope you can get some rest soon. I'll be real, I was actually debating on taking the night off, but then I was like, no, Limit, you've been taking too many nights off lately. You need to get back to streaming. It is your job after all. So, this was his decisive evidence.
Quite decisive indeed.
Tazageki? Yeah, basically, Midna.
I believe that's enough of that.
What?
The prosecution has a rather convincing case.
I haven't finished my defense.
The only way in and out of the crime scene was watched, making the defendant the only one who could possibly leave the scene. Simple and clean.
Ugh.
I believe we've heard enough to determine our verdict. Even if I wasn't in a hurry to make a hospital visit.
I feel like the judge is like super biased in that regard. Also, hey Kojin, how you doing, man? Hope you're well.
I'm sure the Chief Justice would appreciate the gesture. I'm sure you would too, Clavier. Unfortunately, we have no direct witnesses. Fortunately, the criminal left decisive evidence for us. That will have to be enough. Are we not going to talk about the fact that he clearly was writing something over here? Something that I can't possibly read? Okay, but what if we made it upside down? Hang on. I can do it. Whoop-bam! It's now upside down! It says Leon. So yeah, right, slightly miffed that big run because you missed the cutoff by 2. Got 130. No! Kojin! Oh, dude, I'm sorry, dude. By the way, speaking of big run, off screen, Nick and I actually got up to hazard level max and we defeated Triumphant. And we actually, hang on, let me show that off actually really quick. So yeah, we beat it on hazard level max, and this is the prize that you get for once you finish up there. So you just like talk over to the Grizz statue. It defies belief. It defies belief that you took down a Triumvirate at hazard level max. Now that's the gold standard I look for in my employees. Since this is the first time I want to honor your achievement with a special decoration, you establish yourself as one to watch, and I will be watching, you know, from space. Can't let a hard worker like you slip away after all. You'll always have a place at Grizzco. But yeah, you got a fancy helicopter design. It's cool. You like the silver more? Valid. It can't be over already. Very well, I believe this trial is finished. If the defense has no contradicting evidence, the prosecution has presented a proof clear and plain. If you have contradicting evidence, it'd better be clear and plain. Why do I feel like this is going to be super relevant? Apollo! They got us on the ropes already! We better come up with something quick. I know! Think, what can get us out of this? We need evidence or witness that can prove Machi is innocent beyond a doubt. Without that... Mr. Justice, do you have a contradicting proof that can overturn the prosecution's case? If you do, you better tell us about it now. This is it. And so soon. Oh yeah, you're a sub. Someone gifted a sub during the last stream. So yeah, enjoy, Taco. If I mess this one up, it's all over. The court wants contradicting proof? The lyric sheet doesn't help. The investigation request doesn't help. This doesn't help. I can't tell if I should present... Okay, so I'm thinking. Okay, hear me out. Never forget, judge doesn't have object permanence. Also true. But yeah, I can't tell if I want to call a witness or show evidence. Because I could theoretically present the brooch, which does bring in La Miroir, but I can't tell if I'm supposed to call in a witness and call in La Miroir, because she's always standing around with Machi, who is our defendant. So therefore, she would always be around. So I guess we could go with evidence on this one? Mostly because, like, the court record does specifically state that brooch was found at the crime scene.
So it should theoretically work out in that regard, right? The defense is prepared to show contradicting evidence. This should be interesting. What sort of evidence?
Yes, what sort of evidence, Mr. Justice? Show us evidence contradicting the prosecution's claims.
Please tell me this worked. This evidence does more than contradict. It flips the whole case on its head. Please tell me I was right. Thank you for presenting evidence that is both clear and plain as requested.
Yes, clearly and plainly wrong.
What? What do you mean? It proves that this person was...
I'm afraid the only thing flipped on its head here was the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I mean you as a child, Mr. Justice. Jeez.
Literally dropped us as a... That's rude, Judge. Ugh, I guess that wasn't it. That claim is clear. The only person who could have fled the scene was the defendant. There's only one way out of this. Evidence or witness, or I guess we can go for witness? It's funny considering Spirit of Justice. It's been a while since I played Spirit of Justice. I played it back when it came out. Never played the DLC case though. I think we'll call a witness. Prosecutor Gavin, you claim that there was no witnesses to this crime. Are you absolutely sure? Absolutely, I swear it on my career as a prosecutor. And on my million-seller hit song, Antroquinin, Antroquinin? Astro Boy. Astro Boy, it's my love. I'm a big fan of Astro Boy. There he goes again. That's too bad because there was a witness.
Ho ho!
Yo, Judge, you actually are Santa.
Really now? Ho 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 ho! But how did you come to possess knowledge the prosecution clearly does not? Ho ho ho!
Because I am the only one in the world who knows this. What's going on? I just talked to him and now... Atroquinin is a poison? A very dangerous one at that. Oh, okay. Neat. Neat. He's alive! Mr. Latouche, can you hear me?
Cold. So cold. Witness.
You're cold. Don't worry. You're going to be fine. Help is on the way.
Can't see.
Hang in there, Mr. Latouche. Tell me, who was the witness?
The witness is Siren. What? The victim said this before he died.
I forgot. It's been a week. Perhaps he did, and perhaps he did not. What do you mean by that? All we know is what their forehead says he said. There's no testimony, especially since it comes from the defense attorney himself, and this is why you're not allowed to preside over this. Objection! But it's the truth! He said it! I even told you about it! But apparently you ignored me completely! It's my policy to fully investigate everything I deem relevant. Clearly, this rookie lawyer thinks he can tell me how to do my job.
That's enough! Mr. Justice, we need clear contradictory proof from you! This witness of yours, unknown to the prosecution. I hope you're right. Failure carries a stiff penalty!
Oh! That's a lot of bars. Okay. Perhaps a stiffer penalty than usual is called for. Ugh. There's no backing out now.
Let's hear the name of your witness, Mr. Justice.
I wish to present Phoenix Wright.
Take that! Let me roar.
Recall Mr. Latouche's last words.
The witness is Siren. The Siren? Aha! He meant the Siren!
That's right, the Siren of the ballad, La Miroir. La Miroir was only on stage for the second set, and she had access to the backstage area. She could have been a witness.
I see. Well, Prosecutor Gavin.
My claim still stands. There was no witness to this crime.
Very well, let's hear it from the horse's mouth then, shall we? We will now take a break from Detective Emma Sky's cross-examination. Please show Lemurar to the witness stand.
Lemurar would say nothing the night of the murder. Not today, though. Today, we'll drag the story out of her no matter what it is. It is my distinct honor to welcome the Siren of the Ballad to our courtroom. You are too kind.
You can speak English?
Yes, I can. Though I am not very good. There is much I do not know.
You speak so well. Have you spent time here before?
Actually, I do not know how I came by my knowledge of your language. Honestly, same. Because, like, apparently I originally... English is apparently my second language, but I'll be real. I don't remember... I don't remember Chinese being my first language at all. I think I know more English than I know Chinese nowadays. Nor where I studied it. What does she mean she doesn't know? I too thought to call her as a witness, but I did not. I had a reason, of course. What's that? Lemurar suffers from... What? What? Lemurar suffers from amnesia! What?
Amnesia?
Lemurar is not my true name. Yet I remember nothing of the time before I was given it. Nothing of the time before I started singing on stage. That's funny, I don't remember catching amnesia. Thank you, Kojin. Whoa, she's even more mysterious than I thought. As lauded singer Lemurar, she lives a good life. There are little difficulties for her thanks to her success. Yet, I did not wish to subject her to unnecessary stress.
I see. I care surprisingly little about people's pasts. You have nothing to fear in this court, Lemurar.
Thank you. Yet, there is something I do not understand. I am being called as a witness. What might I say? No one will tell me anything of what happened. Lemurar, let me be frank. I did not want to ask you up here to testify. Oh yes, suck your own dick even harder, Clavier, sure. Yet that young gentleman with the wide forehead over there was adamant that you stand here. I'll have you know I'm more of a modest nature. Oh my. Congratulations, Apollo, you're the bad guy.
Well, now that you're here, please give us your testimony. If nothing else, the sound of your voice is welcome. Tell us what you saw the night of the crime.
What I saw. As for what I saw nothing. That night I was invited to sing on stage, and this I did. I did not return backstage after the second set. Then I was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room and told to wait there. That was where I learned that something had happened, but I wasn't told the details.
I must say, you sound wonderful just testifying.
Oh yeah, sure, I can totally recreate a very pretty lady's voice, totally. It's a robot soap opera. Everyone has amnesia? Wait, are you telling me that we all have amnesia? We will be right back to, oh shoot, what was it called again? All My Circuits? I think it was All My Circuits. I hope he was too distracted to hear what she was actually saying. There you have it. She saw nothing that night. Now we can only pray that the defense has the sense to admit defeat and refrain from detaining her here longer than need be. God damn it, I presented the brooch early again, didn't I? I totally did. Wow, you just got better, Apollo. Way to go.
Ugh. Very well, Mr. Justice. Keep it short and sweet.
Lemirar wouldn't talk to me the night of the crime. She must know something, and I've got to find out what. I mean, I already know what I need to present. It's whether or not I can call her out on it in this right prompt. As for what I saw nothing. But you must have seen something. Yes, know you, Apollo. Good job. This is why you're the best attorney there is. Just Uno reverse everything. Mr. Latouche named you. Mr. Latouche? How can I tell you what I don't know? Lemirar, he said you were a witness with his dying words. I do not know what he meant to say, but that night I was invited to sing on stage, and this I did. It was a great concert. You heard me sing. Thank you. I was hoping to get an autograph later, actually. Aww, look at Apollo, baby. Why are we doing this in the middle court? Be more professional, Apollo. Of course.
Mr. Justice, this is a cross-examination. You're out of line. If anyone deserves an autograph here, it's me. One on my gavel would be nice.
Yeah, Judge.
What's this?
It's my autograph. Now keep this trial moving. This is the best press I have ever done.
What? Oh, my grandchild will be so happy.
Hey, you never thought to ask for one before, Judge? Oh my god. Apparently his grandson is a big fan. Hey, bold of you to assume it says a grandson. It might be his granddaughter. Let us continue, shall we? If you would, Lemirar. I'm just saying, anyone who's a fan of Clavier sounds more like a fangirl. Well, I guess maybe there's some gay guys who's be down for Clavier too. Tell us what you did after your stellar performance. I did not return to backstage after the second set. You did not return backstage once? Where were you then? What were you doing? I was cleaning up on stage. There were many things I must do for a performance other than simply sing. And was Machi with you at the time? Unfortunately, I do not know where he was. So much for an alibi for Machi. Then I was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room and told to wait there. With Machi, correct? How was he then? He seemed as he always does, though I believe he was shocked by the news of Mr. Latouche's death. Yet, he is not the type to show much emotion. Yes, he's given the police no end of headaches. He answers most questions with silence, and those glinting frames speak nothing. Are you actually telling me there's no one at the police department that knew his language? Okay, actual question for chat. I'm not sure how many people will know this. If you're being, like, interrogated for a murder, there's usually translators on standby for that, right? Or am I being too presumptuous and idealistic? He might just not want to speak. Also valid, Dan. The questioning hasn't gone very far. We sat there waiting. That was where I learned that something had happened, but I wasn't told the details. How was the incident explained to you? I was told nothing in detail, only that Mr. Latouche died.
Of course, investigations require some security.
But Mr. Latouche was my manager. I wanted to know more. I should have been told. Both Machi and I were beside ourselves with concern.
Allow me to apologize, but please understand.
Keeping you in the dark was as painful for me as it was for you. There is a reason why Metroid Prime 4 has been delayed for so long. We've been waiting on the Switch successor. Please understand. Yes, I understand.
Think, what doesn't ring true about her testimony?
It's hard to imagine Mirar lying.
She may not be lying, but she's hiding something. What wouldn't she tell me the night of the murder? Give a random Sakurai fact about Metroid Prime 4? Okay, so, as y'all know, Sakurai, developer of every video game of all time, is working on Metroid Prime 4. And, like, here's the thing. Sakurai already released Metroid Prime 4. People don't realize it because, as y'all know, 4 is a very dangerous number in Asian languages. Because 4 means death. Or is not, or like, phonetically sounds similar to the Asian word for death. So, so Sakurai is like, okay, I know what I need to do in order to make Metroid Prime 4. So he had to sacrifice it to the heavens above in order to get it released. And because it died, it was released upon death. So that's why it has never sold a single copy ever, because it died on release. And that is how Metroid Prime 4 came into being.
Chat, remind me, where was the location of the dressing room again? It's considered backstage, is that correct? If that is the case, then do I just present the brooch now? Because it proves that she was at the crime scene.
I'm sorry, Lemirar, but I'm having trouble believing you. You remember this brooch? Okay, I did get it right. Cool. Do you not?
Why, that's Lemirar. She wears it for her singing.
Care to add that to the testimony, Prosecutor Gavin? Ooh. What? This brooch was found after the murder took place. At the very scene of the crime. What? Lemirar, how did your brooch get backstage if you did not go there yourself? And as Prosecutor Gavin has just told us, you had been wearing it during your performance that night. Okay, that's really funny. I like how her freaking veil flies up when she's shocked. That's really cute. What is the meaning of this? Lemirar, please explain. Lemirar?
She says English is quite difficult.
That trick's not gonna work here. Let me proceed to speak in the proper language of Lemirar. Slave, eyeball, bunny nose with weird whiskers, Kamehameha, one of the monsters from Undertale that I'm forgetting the name of that kind of looks like a giant chicken, a Christmas tree, Kamehameha, key to my heart, the Earth badge from Pokemon Gen 1, a deer shitting out lightning like from Rocky, the unknown question mark, Kamehameha, eyeball monster, Christmas tree, being a slave, fish man who walking on two legs, The Undertale monster, Christmas tree, bunny nose, Christmas tree, being Kamehameha with lightning that was being fired by Goku from the deer that was shitting lightning earlier, and Kingdom Hearts. Ellipses.
Your forehead may be large, but you are a lawyer, truly.
Wow! Rude! I can't tell if Clavier added the forehead part or not, but that's hilarious. The Christmas tree of Mike? Correct. Surprise, everybody! This was a Christmas game the entire time. You know, in June.
But you have missed one important fact.
What now?
In fact, at the time of the incident, I went backstage, but only for a moment.
What? What? The first game technically would count as a Christmas game? No! No, it doesn't, because just because it wasn't Christmas yet, almost Christmas, means it wasn't Christmas!
Tee-hee. Think back to the moment of the crime. You know whereof I speak.
The murder wasn't on Christmas, but the trial sure was. I thought the trial was on Christmas. I thought the trial was on Boxing Day. I think the investigation was on Christmas, yeah.
Is she really saying all of that?
What's she talking about, Apollo? Right when the incident occurred.
Is she talking about that?
Watch this room for me. I have to call for backup. Right, understood. You want me to make sure no one comes in, right? Mr. Latus, can you hear me?
Cold, so cold. Witness.
You're cold? Don't worry, you're going to be fine. Help is on the way. The witness is Siren. I'm not going to do the voice again. Emma? What was that? Who's there? What's wrong? Emma, did you see anyone just now? Huh? No. I could have sworn I heard a door close.
I looked in the room. Just a glance, mind you.
So this was when your brooch dropped.
That explains that. It does. There was no other time I could have dropped it.
But that's ridiculous! You only looked in for an instant, but you dropped your brooch?
Her forehead. She has raised the possibility. The only thing that can be countered that is evidence.
So she looked in at the crime scene.
Actually, I intended to go into the dressing room. I knew nothing of what had happened, of course. But the moment I opened the door, I heard a horrible voice. A forehead shouting, "Who's there?" no doubt. A horrible voice indeed.
You know, as someone who feels very anxious about their own voice, I am very much relating to Apollo right now. I closed the door immediately. Listen, you just become the main character of an Ace Attorney game and you will be humbled instantly.
Well, that explains the brooch. Let's return to your testimony.
That's too convenient. She's hiding something. Lemirar, you did look into the room though, right?
Yes.
Testify as to what you saw.
Very well, there was only the briefest of glimpses. When my performance was finished, I went backstage for just a moment.
What did you see in that brief glimpse?
I had only opened the door slightly when I heard that horrible voice.
And shut the door.
I've always wondered, there, forehead, does that voice of yours lack a volume knob?
Wow! Poor Apollo. It's my cords of steel, man. Just back off. Man, I'm starting to feel like I relate more and more to Apollo. People tell me I get way too loud sometimes too. Actually, that reminds me. I need to double check my audio settings. Hang on. I sound good? Y'all are liars, but thank you.
You like Apollo? Aw. I thought he was a cool addition to the series. I'll give my thoughts on Apollo at the end of this game, but I'll say this, from what I've seen of Apollo in Spirit of Justice and Dual Destinies, I feel like he's a very weird character. Mostly because, like, I don't understand what his history is supposed to be. Because from what I've heard, apparently his history is constantly changing and getting retconned. I saw nothing. The late Mr. Latus's body was behind the wall. A wall? Was there a wall there? Wingding is what in English? A division or partition, I believe. It was a large dressing room, divided into two halves, and the murder took place in the inside half. Yeah, man, that makes sense. I guess that partition might have hidden the body. Dude has 3 backstories, but no retcons, just oddly specific stuff stringed together. So like he's just like a jigsaw puzzle then? You just slap random pieces together and figure out a solution? I'm not entirely sure what I should be looking for. Maybe there's like an eye twitch or something. Wow, it's amazing how she's able to talk without moving her mouth. Wait a second, is that the thing? Hang on, I saw nothing. And then she says nothing during the late Mr. Latus's body? Wait a second! What? Huh? What? Is that a glitch or is that intentional? Yeah, like her mouth is moving here, and then it stops moving here. What? What? Is that a glitch or is that intentional? I'll press on it, but that is really weird. How are you talking with no mouth movement? You may have seen the world, but I've seen your heart. You were flustered during your testimony just now. I do not understand what it is that you're saying. Okay, so that might have been a glitch. Perhaps this is a joke in your culture. God damn it. So, wait, so I got misled by a freaking mouth movement glitch? Are you kidding me? Chat, like, actual question, did I just get misled by a glitch? He doesn't seem very flustered to me, Apollo. You want to know something you found out that helps a lot for these sections the game never tells you about? Or perhaps I was with... Wouldn't call it a glitch, but yes. Then how was she testifying without moving her mouth? Maybe I got that one wrong. I have to look harder. I'll find that weak spot. You know what? Let me see if I can figure it out. Okay, Carb, if I can figure it out, let me figure it out first, and then if I'm right or wrong, feel free to tell me. This is just a general mechanics problem, thing, is what you're talking about? Okay, it's the thing that you're going to point out is, like, look at the positioning of the character throughout the entire testimony, and specifically look at the ones where she is in a different pose. Is that not it? That is not what you're talking about. Okay.
Man, I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking for here. Yeah, can I just say it's so weird how it's like that one specific one had her mouth not moving. I got so debated on that one. Maybe it's an eye tell. Maybe her eye starts twitching or something. No, it's nothing about that either. I keep on zooming in on her boobs to expect something, but nothing. I'm starting to wonder if I'm even supposed to be looking at her right now. Maybe I should be looking for something else. What am I supposed to be looking for here? Is there even anything for me to notice? But a way to have more time to look? You know what? I guess you can tell me about that one. If it's more time to look, I guess you can share about that. If you perceive it, you can keep moving the eye around to find the tail on a specific line. Then cancel out if you don't see anything. It pauses on the current line, lets you scan the entire body. Oh, okay, in that case, actually really helpful to know. Offhand, I do like how the design for this looks like an eyeball. That's actually a really nice little detail. She definitely didn't see anything. Maybe it has something to do with her singing? I don't think it does. No, that's not it. Man, I can't figure out what it is I'm supposed to press on. Well, not press, but like examine. You like to imagine Apollo's eyes vigorously twitching whenever he's doing this? I like to imagine he's holding his bracelet up to his eye and everyone's like wondering, what the hell is this idiot doing? Guys, literally the only thing I'm finding is that one bit where she's not saying anything. Am I crazy? Like, okay, chat, actual question. Am I crazy for thinking it's the part where she's not saying anything even though the text is proceeding? I'm not crazy? Oh my god. Wow! That's so subtle! It was her freaking... Oh my god. Okay. The late Mr. Latusse's body, you say?
Yes.
I'd say the trick as later some are BS. Oh my god. So I was noticing the mouth thing. I just didn't notice which part, like didn't notice the thing on her neck. You know something more about Mr. Latus's death than you were saying.
What?
I could see you trying not to remember, but the effort made you swallow. You can't fool my eyes. I didn't even see that! The game had to pick it up for me! Oh my god, I'm so mad right now.
It is true. I was so terrible after all.
That is so subtle! I thought it would be more overt, aside from the fact that, you know, her mouth wasn't moving.
Why did Mr. Latus have to be shot?
One moment, Lemirar.
Yes?
What was that you just said? Why did Mr. Latus have to be shot?
Yes?
She was hiding something, I knew it! Lemirar, I'm afraid you haven't realized it, but your words just now contradict your testimony.
How could that be?
Take this! Lemirar contradicted her own testimony. I have the evidence to prove it. Wait. What is it that she said? Like, how is that contradictory again? I mean, I know the fact that she said she doesn't know how he died, but how do I prove that she knows this? How do I prove that she contradicted herself by saying that? Wait, when did she go back to her dressing? Wait, what was the concert again? Is that a timing thing? Is this a time-related question? I don't think it is. Am I crazy? Am I overthinking this? I might be overthinking this. Oh my god, I am actual poo brain right now, guys. My brain is actively melting before your eyes in this summer heat. It is melting like ice cream and leaking out of my ear. It is very much strawberry flavored. Am I supposed to Hang on, let me read this back again. Why did Mr. Latus have to be shot? Yes. I'm afraid you haven't realized it yet, but your words just contradict your own testimony. The only thing it contradicts is the fact that she wasn't told anything. So, what am I supposed to present here? Am I just presenting the autopsy report? If I do not understand the meaning of contradiction, it is you who contradict, Mr. Justice. Huh? Your evidence is meaningless. Yeah, I thought so. What did she say again? Why did Mr. Latus have to be shot? That's right. That totally contradicts her testimony. Okay, here's the thing. I know why it contradicts the testimony. But I don't know what evidence I'm supposed to present to prove that she contradicted her own testimony. I get the idea is that she wasn't told anything. I get it. Wait, is it the investigation report? Is it the investigation report because it says information concerning the crime to be restricted to police and related parties? Is she considered a related party? Take that!
Oh my god! Was that actually the logic? The logic was supposed to present, oh hey, you're not supposed to know this because of blah and blah. Oh my god, okay. Tell me, Le Miroir, how did you know you had been shot? Well, Immediately following the incident, a gag order was placed on the scene. Oh my god, that was the logic. I am actual poo-brained right now, Chad. Holy cow. This is the document proving that. In your testimony, you told the court, no one told me anything about the incident. Furthermore, you testified that you had seen nothing. Yet you knew that Mr. Latouche had been shot. How could you have known? I didn't know. You told me. Hi, Sensmage. Hope you're doing well.
Le Miroir, you aren't hiding something from this court, I hope.
That sweet song of hers was sounding a little too sweet. Now I remember. Please, allow me to add to my testimony. Of course. All we want to know is the truth. She looks kind of pale, huh?
She saw something, I know it. Even the victim said so.
I saw bullet holes in the wall and knew Mr. Latouche had been shot.
Only a glimpse, yet you knew they were bullet holes.
Yes, I recognized them immediately. I have seen bullet holes before, you know.
That's not disturbing.
You have traveled the world as a singer. You must have sung in places far more dangerous than our country.
You hearing this, chat?
Oh yeah, Japanifornia, way less dangerous than other countries. I go wherever my voice is needed. Those places are many these days. That's really cool. I hope I get to travel like Le Miroir someday. I plan on recording my next album overseas. The studios have a different sound, you know. Maybe I should go on a Chords of Steel tour too.
I saw bullet holes in the wall and knew Mr. Latouche had been shot.
How?
Like, that's a weird-ass angle if that's actually the case.
Le Miroir, they call you the siren of the ballad. But lies are hardly becoming of such a creature.
A put-down worthy of your prosecutor, Mr. Justice.
Such put-downs are hardly becoming of you, Apollo. Stop polishing your forehead and start polishing your character jaw.
Come on, can't I be cool for once? Man, even when Apollo gets to point out a contradiction, everyone's just dumping on him. Observe the diagram.
Le Miroir, you looked in from the door from just now, correct? Yes, that is so.
There were bullet holes in the room, yes. But they were in the wall on the door was on. You see? Assuming you merely glanced into the room, you couldn't have seen those bullet holes.
Eork! Meork!
Shoutouts to Paper Mario.
Oh, Nightbot, thanks for a reminder.
I was getting a little thirsty, actually. Le Miroir.
Yes?
I'm afraid the defense has raised a good point. It appears you have been holding back something.
And I must tell you what it is I saw.
Yes, the happenings in this trial are being recorded, and I'm certain it will be on the news in Borgnia. You understand your reputation is at stake. It falls to you to avoid tarnishing it.
Personally speaking, I still believe that cross-examining her will yield us absolutely nothing.
But she knew how Mr. Latus died, and he named her as a witness. You must have seen something, Lemurar.
Very well, Lemurar, please continue your testimony.
Very well, I shall.
Witness's testimony, what I saw too. Electric Boogaloo.
I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it.
What a shot.
There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. But it wasn't Machi. It was a grown person. I know it was.
So you did witness the crime, and the killer was a grown person, you say?
This is my first time hearing this, I assure you. Nice play, Forehead.
Very well, Mr. Justice, you may begin your cross-examination.
Great going, Apollo. You were right about Lemurar. What's wrong? You don't look too happy.
This whole thing smells fishy. That's what's wrong.
I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit.
So you were heading towards the dressing room?
Yes.
So this is a little bit before she opened the dressing room door and dropped her brooch. About the same time Emma and I heard those shots.
I was on my way back. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it.
What exactly is something like a little window?
Yes. Well, window is the best word I know in English. I think this is how it is said, yes.
You need not worry, Lemurar. Your choice of words is impeccable.
There is a small window in the dressing room in question. Perhaps the defense remembers this detail.
That little window in the wall.
I saw the crime from there. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it.
You are certain you heard 2 shots fired?
Yes, quite certain. I was on my way to the backstage exit. This was when I heard a faint sound, like a gunshot. Wondering what it had been, I peered through the window. That is when I heard the second gunshot, much closer.
And there were 2 bullet holes at the scene. No contradiction so far.
It all happened on the other side of that window. There was nothing I could do. But it wasn't Machi. Stretch? Oh, thanks for a reminder, Sims. Stretch! Armstrong!
It wasn't Machi who shot. Are you sure?
Yes, quite certain. It amuses me that you would question her testimony. It is testimony in your favor. Isn't it my job to object? Yeah, Apollo, what were you thinking?
Trucy, let's just listen to what Lemurar has to say, okay? It's called providing content for my viewers. I have to read everything. Stretch limit strong, thanks.
Can you tell me how you were so sure? Yes, of course, you see. It was a grown person, I know it was.
A grown person? That's a little vague.
I am sorry. My skill with your language is lacking, I know.
Certainly you could at least see whether the shooter was male or female. Did she have junk in the trunk or did he not?
It was a man. A young man.
Man?
And you're sure of that?
Yes. His voice was quite clear.
Voice? Looking at this diagram, it would seem the dressing room was quite cluttered. It does seem likely that you wouldn't have had a clear view of the shooter.
As a singer, I rely more on my ears than my eyes. When I hear a voice, I do not forget it. That voice was the voice of a man.
So you heard a voice,
But wait, couldn't that have been the victim, Mr. Lettuce? Absolutely not. Did I not just say I do not forget a voice? If it was Mr. Lettuce who spoke, I would have known.
Indeed. Well, let's grab every single man that was at the concert and bring them in for you to hear. So you were at the window and you heard the shooter's voice, the voice of a young man.
Apollo, this is a good testimony. That proves it wasn't Machi.
Indeed, if this turns out to be true, it would cast this case in a considerable different light. What is the defense's opinion of this testimony?
Why do I feel like this is a red goose chase? A wild goose chase. Why did I say red goose chase? Guys, I meant to say red herring and I combined it with wild goose chase. What is wrong with me? Red goose chase. You know what? I'll write that down for a raid message. Thanks for the suggestion. Okay, yeah, I feel like we're going on a red herring on this, so, it's contradictory. English major. Maniacal? There's a difference between English major and speech. It could be both. True. Though it pains me to say this, there's something about Lemirar's testimony that rings false. Brothel and forehead, you're colder than I thought! I'm sure you remember what the problem is as well as I do, Gavin. As has been established, no grown man could pass through that air vent. He couldn't have fled the scene of the crime.
But that means Lemirar has to be lying!
I know, and I know it's bad for our case, but I can't shut my eyes to this. Believe me, the idea was tempting.
It is as Airforehead says, yet this is not the only contradiction within her testimony.
What next? What's he talking about?
Lemirar, I understand why you would want to protect Machi, yet remember, you are the siren of the ballad, and lies do not become such a creature.
What does the prosecution mean?
Apollo? What's he talking about?
How come no one bats an eye when he says stuff like that?
I recall the state of the crime scene quite well.
The state of the room?
Yes, and when the murder took place, that window was closed. I find it hard to believe you could hear a voice through it. What? But I'm sure. Lemirar, I have nothing but the highest regard for your musical sense, but my opinion of you as a witness is somewhat lesser.
Objection!
But she's the only eyewitness we have!
Objection!
Double objection, though.
So you say. And the victim named her the siren as the witness.
That's right. That's what Mr. Lettuce.
We heard your claim. We even entertained the possibility, and it brought us to this. Air Judge.
Yes?
The prosecution requests that the witness be excused. Please.
I'm afraid I must honor the prosecution's request. There is indeed a question of the witness's credibility.
But if Lemirar can't testify, then we don't have a chance of proving Machi's innocence.
This cross-examination is over. Prosecutor Gavin, you may continue making your case.
Donkey. Now, man, I keep on wanting to say donkey whenever I say that. Now, where were we? Ah, yes, I would like to hear from Fraulein Detective again.
Objection!
Wait! Let me hear Lemiroir's testimony one last time.
But the cross-examination is already over. Until such a time as a need arises, this witness may leave the stand.
I'm sorry I could not be of more assistance. At last, back to the real trial. Ready, air forehead? I hope I didn't just miss my only chance. Oh my god, can you imagine if this was actually going to completely change things around? I'm pretty sure there's only one correct path for every Ace Attorney game. Imagine if that actually led to, like, a split path. Fraulein Detective, how far have we gotten until we were so rudely interrupted? Don't ask me. I dislike saying the same thing twice, and I never repeat a song for an encore.
If you would, Miss Sky.
Huh. I believe I was saying that the only way Mr. Latusse's killer could have escaped was through that air vent on the ceiling. Have fun, Sinsmage. Feel free to lurk away.
Ah, yes, there was only one door in the room. And as a witness, you was standing in front of it.
That air vent isn't very big, you see. Kind of limits the people who could possibly get through. Are you saying that I'm small enough to get through? I may be pretty small, but still.
I certainly would have a difficult time.
You sure would. Not that you would have been there in the first place, though. Remember, the whole backstage area was off limits to people not involved with the concert. The only one who meets the condition for our killer is the defendant. A virtuoso performance. I could not put it better myself.
She does state a clear case. Though reading the report, something caught my eye.
Oh, what's that?
The circumstances of the defendant's arrest.
The circumstances? Again? Hey, that's right, Apollo! Remember when we found Machi? That was bizarre. She's right. Why did Mr. Latusse's body disappear from the room? And ended up on top of that stage tower. Let me go read those lyrics again, actually. Burning in my heart, fire burning my love away, all away, like a bullet of love, fire taking my life away, all away, guitar, guitar, up together to the sky. Uh-huh. For sure the murderer didn't also trespass on the premises, therefore the murderer had to be someone with permission to be there. Yeah. I was about to say, holding a guitar no less. A perceptive observation here, Judge.
Thanks. It was kind of an accident, really. But you work in this job long enough. You get a nose for things.
The judge sure seems pleased with himself. Very good, Fraulein Detective. Perhaps he can tie it all together for us. Why was the body moved? And how does that lead us to the killer? I believe Machi stole the body because of some lyrics. He moved the body to match Lemirar's song. No one in this country had a motive to kill the victim. And Machi practically left his signature at the scene. All of this evidence clearly points to the defendant. Lemirar's song? Yes, the guitar serenade. You noticed its code too, did you not? It's code. The events that day followed the lyrics to our song.
First, the keys my heart held on so tightly were stolen.
Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst in flames on stage. Mr. Lutus's life was taken by a bullet.
The rest hardly needs explanation. Guitar, guitar, up together to the sky.
That's mad! It's like a story out of some fairy tale. I admit, I'd forgotten about the song. I didn't. But there it is now, waiting for me, the grand finale, as it were.
Hey, you know, I was the one who first noticed that.
I've heard of jumping rope to songs and counting to songs, but killing? You never heard of killing in a name?
It's a wild jungle out there, Judge.
Very well. We've heard one song and dance, let's get on to the next. The cross-examination.
I'm not so sure I'm going to be doing much singing.
Imagine if I just sung for the rest of this case. It's just like the musical case in general.
I believe Machi stole the body because of some lyrics.
Who would steal a body just to match some lyrics?
I didn't believe it myself, but it can't just be a coincidence. It is as Fraulein Detective says. Let us begin with the first verse, if you would, the Fraulein Detective.
What? You want me to sing it?
You are the witness, Ja. Or did you want me to sing? I warn you, my fee as a vocalist is not trivial.
Fine, fine. Let's look at the lyrics part of the lyrics, shall we? When you walk away, you don't hear me say, please, don't steal my keys. My heart's held on so tight. Simply.
Oh, indeed. My favorite heart-shaped keyring was stolen that morning. Next, we go to the right page of the lyric sheets.
Where we find burning in my heart. Fire, burn my love away, all away.
As we know, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. That is still really funny.
Like a bullet of love, fire, take my life away, all away.
Mr. Latus's life was taken by a bullet. Bravo, Fraulein, you're singing. It's not bad.
I can't tell if you're flirting or not.
Now for the finale!
Yeah.
Good. Oh, right, it's Clavia.
Guitar, guitar, up together to the sky. As it says in the lyrics, Mr. Latus.
Okay, can I comment about something really quick? Like, Machi's body looks like a freaking Punch-Out character when they get knocked out. I don't know why, but it kind of reminds me of Punch-Out NES whenever when you knock out one of the bosses, they just like pass out on the ground like this. And I cannot unsee it now.
Was found with a guitar hiding in the sky over the stage. No series of coincidences could be so well conceived. He's right, scientifically speaking.
What would Waki have said?
That concert was whack, yo!
It's hard to argue when she pours her heart into it like that.
Anyway, the shooter.
Man, he'd be hitting the Yamcha pose.
He moved the body to match Lemur's swung.
But does the prosecution have any idea why he'd do all this? I have a better question. How the hell do you think a child was able to lift a body like that?
You want my scientific opinion? No clue. But he clearly had a reason to go through all that trouble. Some deep reason.
A deep reason?
Not only did he steal my keys, he torched my guitar. Unforgivable acts, even if he had a reason. And worse if he had done none. The diva's complaints aside, I can't imagine someone doing this on just a whim. The gun would have also broken his arm. That too.
Indeed, it does seem too well rehearsed, shall we say.
Yes, this crime was planned for sure. No one in this country had a motive to kill the victim. But Mr. Latou spoke English. He may have come to this country before. I looked into that, I assure you. Oh. It was his first time in the country, it seems. Apparently, he learned English on his own. Great. You see, no one here had a motive to kill him, and certainly not in such an elaborate fashion.
It does seem difficult to imagine.
Unless our famous prosecutor did it as a publicity stunt.
What did you say? Prosecutor Kevin, you did this to promote your song?
Of course not, and I'm quite dismayed by the ludicrous nature of her claim. Why would I need promotion? Everywhere nobody listens to my music. They're even in my textbooks at school.
And I've never heard about them.
What does that say about me?
Someone who doesn't appreciate modern music? I don't know. I don't like modern music either.
I was just kidding. Don't get all worked up, Glimmer Boy. And Machi practically left his signature at the scene.
What do you mean by his signature?
The bullet holes in the wall, of course.
The bullet holes?
The revolver was fired twice. One shot missed and left a hole in the wall.
And that means what exactly?
That dressing room isn't exactly spacious. Picture the shooter facing off with the victim in there. They can't have been more than 5 feet apart. It would be difficult, almost impossible to miss at that range.
Difficult to miss, you say?
Very. Assuming the shooter could properly aim.
No, you can't be serious.
Machi, he can't see.
Oh. Oh, right. Right. I forgot. Machi is blind. I completely forgot about that. The closest you get to modern music is lo-fi and chill hop.
No, that's valid. That's why he missed. It's the only explanation that makes sense. He used sound and other senses to fire the gun. Poorly. That reminds me, the monitor in that room was blaring at the time, y'all. Hardly in ideal conditions for tracking by sound.
A blind shooter. No wonder he missed. I knew those bullet holes would come back to haunt me. Think, Justice, what do I do now? Might as well raise an objection. Sure, there are bullet holes left in the wall, but that doesn't prove the shooter couldn't see.
Oh, how so?
Well, there could have been a struggle with the victim. That's certainly possible. And it might have been the revolver's fault. The revolver? The revolver was a very large caliber, correct? If the shooter wasn't used to firing such a large weapon, why, it could dislocate their shoulder.
Exactly. The defendant, Machi Tobe, is, as you can see, tiny. It's not so hard to picture him firing the gun and missing entirely.
The kickback alone would have thrown off his aim. A convincing argument, to be sure.
Ha-ha! Take that, smug prosecution! Apollo?
Huh? What?
That bit about Machi being tiny and the gun throwing off his aim? Aren't you kind of, admitting that he did it?
Oh.
It doesn't matter why he missed. What matters is that the shooter was without a doubt the defendant. Even the defense seems to agree on that point. Crimes, I really put my foot in it this time. But let's get the facts of the matter on the record. If you would, Fraulein Detective.
Very well, the witness will add this to her testimony.
Right. From the state of the crime scene, I conclude the shooter was blind. Do they seriously believe a blind kid used a revolver that could dislocate a typical adult with no injuries on a particularly large man? I mean, let's put it like this. Considering he is a large man, it'd be like hitting the broadside of a barn, you know? You can't just say he was blind just because those bullet holes in the wall. I think I've proven that. I wouldn't call it proof per se. Huh? You merely raised a possibility. Fraulein Detective has made a most logical conjecture based on the evidence. Of course, there is more evidence than just bullet holes. The defendant was the only one who could have escaped through the air vent. But wait, if he was blind, how would he know about the air vent in the first place? What if it was that random kid that was trying to take pictures of the Steel Samurai? Maybe he was the one who did it. And after breaking his arm with a revolver, he carried a man 4 times his size to the stage and up to a platform. Yeah. Ah, very good point. Well, Fraulein Detective, if you would care to explain. He certainly seems sure of himself. Recall the crime scene if you would. I would, but my recall's on cooldown. There was a stepladder below the air vent. As it happens, maintenance was scheduled for that day. Custodial staff went around checking all the air vents.
I don't believe it.
Everyone backstage was told about the maintenance, including Machi Tobe. He would have known that there would have been a way out at the top of that stepladder.
But that's... Why is this the first time I'm hearing about this?
You could have figured it out for yourself. You only need to consider what the stepladder was doing there.
Man, even Clavier's agreement is a stepladder. Looks like the defense's objection has been squished by a stepladder.
Well, there, forehead. Out of ammunition, perhaps.
No, that's wrong! Fire that truth bullet.
I've never seen Prosecutor Gavin so aggressive. Maybe he's caught the scent of blood. Apollo, don't you have anything? Something? You know what we need? We need something to prove the killer could see. That'll put him in his place.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Don't make me tap the sign.
Proving the shooter was sighted would do it. That would take down one of their central points. Do I have any evidence that can prove that, though?
What needed a sign? Oh, you know. Trucy backseating as per usual.
Fine, I accept the prosecution's challenge. As I knew you would, forehead. What exactly am I up against here? The prosecution is saying the shooter missed because they couldn't see. Therefore, Machi, who's blind, did it.
The defense will please present their evidence. Evidence that overturns the prosecution's claim that the shooter couldn't see.
Do I have anything that can actually prove this? A deadly high caliber revolver. Holds keys to a guitar case and a motorcycle. Why do I feel like that's relevant? I'll worry about that later. Wait a second. He was shot in the left shoulder. Huh. Maybe the location of the shot matters? No, that doesn't make sense either. I don't think I have any evidence. Unless, hang on. I don't think the lyric sheets help in this instance. Mixing board doesn't help. Key ring found in victim's left hand. Found in the victim's left hand. How do I prove that the shooter can see? Sorry if I am a little quiet. I actually am starting to feel a little exhausted mentally. I didn't get much sleep, so I'm trying to rack up my brain while it's so tired. What exactly am I up against here? The prosecution is saying that the shooter missed because they couldn't see if Ramashi, who's blind, did it. Hydrate seems to be out of stock. Yeah, it's on a time limit at the moment. Am I supposed to prove this by pointing out that his body wouldn't be able to handle it? No, I have to prove that they can see. Man, I can't really think of anything. Let me ask this of chat. Was I mistaken in trying to present evidence? Was I supposed to not present evidence here? I am not mistaken, so I am supposed to present something here. Let me think. Wait, it's a revolver. Is that it? Because, like, if you don't handle a revolver carefully, it'll injure your hand, right? Because, you know, the spinning of the barrel when you fired the gun. You can injure your hand if it, like, clips onto your hand. Does that indicate anything about it, how you can aim? I don't know if that's the logic they're looking for. I don't think that's it. I'm gonna go for the gun. That's the only thing I can think of. I'm not sure that overturns anything, Mr. Justice. Damn it! Wrong evidence, I'm guessing. Apparently, both love and justice are blind. I have to think. There must be something. Anything. This doesn't look so good, does it, Apollo? No, it doesn't. What do we do? First, we don't panic. Remember my towel and bring your Hitchhiker's Guide. Even though Machi's case is leaking water by the gallon, Gavin's on a roll, and it's up to me to stop him. Let me get back there. Actually, would it be faster if I just loaded it? Okay, I'm just going to do a save here just so we don't have to skip through all that text again. Am I supposed to present the key ring because it's in the shape of a heart and he wouldn't know the key ring was in the shape of a heart? Wait, hang on, what was the lyrics again? Stole away the keys, my heart held on so tight, pleasure wraps around me, and now from there I sky. Burning my heart, fire away like a bullet of love, fire, take my life away, all away. I wonder if it's the key ring. Okay, well, that's wrong. Okay, here's the thing. Even if you did shoot him and you were blind, how would you know how to get to the vent? Is that the logic? Apparently that's not the logic. Okay. If the logic isn't about you getting into position, is it the fact that he did... Does he not know the lyrics because it's written in English? Is that the logic? No, that's not it. Frick me! I am getting so caught up on this right now. Yo!
Too late for apologies.
Crash, thank you so much for raid. How you guys all doing from Crash's stream? What are you guys up to? Doing Splatoon 3? Nice! Did you finish up the big run event? Or were you guys doing some PSL stuff? Hi everyone from Crash's stream. I'm No Limit. I'm a variety streamer that plays with games I never played before. Currently doing some Apollo Justice. I am currently stuck on this one answer at the moment because I can't seem to figure out how to prove that the killer is not blind, which is a really weird thing to say, but there you go. But yeah, I hope y'all stick around. Maybe drop a follow if you want. If you guys gotta take care of any post-stream stuff like get water, go rest, all that good stuff, do what you gotta do. Appreciate the raid again.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, X1 Crawlwave, we're doing PSL and win our wildcard match to move on winners semis.
Yo, that's awesome, Crash! Congratulations on moving to winners semis! And thank you so much for a resub for 13 months. That's so cool of you, Crash. Again, thank you again, and congratulations. Am I supposed to literally just present a shoulder? I don't understand the logic. I really don't understand the logic. This is that evidence! The photograph of the crime scene! I don't care much for the smirk on Prosecutor Gavin's face. But this is no time to think twice. Time to press on. I missed something in the picture? Was there something in the picture I missed? I mean, I noticed this thing, but I assumed that was like his dying message. I know the clenched fist because that was holding the keys. What else is in here that I didn't see? There's something in here that decisively contradicts the prosecution's point. Then perhaps you'd best show us this something. Get your finger out of the breeze and put it to good use, Jaw. I am not fingering you, Gavin, if that's what you want, if that's what you're wanting. Yeah, that's a little early, Carb. Very well, show us what you're talking about, Mr. Justice. The contradiction at the crime scene is... Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah. Oh well. It's too late, Dirt Dog, I already read the message.
The contradiction is right here. God damn it. The smeared bloodstains. Wait a second. That was supposed to be smeared bloodstains? I didn't realize that was supposed to be smeared bloodstains. I thought that was just him just like being really haphazard with his message.
I thought it was just my blurry vision.
Yeah, same. I'm starting to think I'm going in like I'm getting senile myself.
But it really was blurry. The way the victim's hand is raised above his head, much like a gesture I have seen many times in this court.
How many birds have you seen, Judge? If it was haphazard, you feel it wouldn't be smudged like that? I don't know. Sometimes Ace Attorney makes things kind of blurry on purpose. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm not used. Maybe I'm just like anticipating things to be more blurry, so I just think it's supposed to look like that. Because like, it is an English translated game, so for all I know, this might have been just random Japanese, and I thought it might have been irrelevant. Aha! I get it. At least I think I get it. Get what, Fraulein? When Mr. Latouche was shot, he tried to write something. And what would he write but the shooter's name? And what would he write in but his own blood? Pretty good, huh? Thanks for making my point for me.
Don't make me tap the sign.
Yes, in fact, that's where I think happened here.
That does seem to be a distinct possibility.
The victim wrote the killer's name. It's certainly a logical conclusion. Drat, I just wish it wasn't all rubbed out like that.
Of course it's rubbed out. Why, if I were a killer, I certainly wouldn't want to leave my own name behind.
Neither would I. No one has anything else to say?
About what?
So the prosecution accepts this. You agree this was the victim making an attempt to record the name of the killer, and that the killer tried to rub the name out. What's your point? What's my point? Let me ask you this. How did the killer know the victim was writing their name? Well, Mr. Latouche was writing something in blood. Once the killer saw what it was... Wait.
Once he saw what it was.
But what did you just testify about the shooter? I said they were lied! Yet the crime scene itself contradicts that. The killer had to have been able to see. Why would they rub out the name in blood otherwise? May I remind the court that the defendant, Machi Tobey, is blind. He couldn't have been the shooter.
Prosecutor Gavin, please explain to me what all of this means. I mean, look at this photo. It seems quite clear that the shooter couldn't see, yet up until now...
Forgive if a dying man's penmanship isn't perfect. It's like the curse of left-hand writer going over their own pencil writing. No, exactly! I'm left-handed. That happens to me all the damn time, Wolf. That's why I thought, oh, that's just how it normally is supposed to look. It seems I owe the court an apology. The Cavaliers are a band with law enforcement ties, yet a murder occurred. During our concert, apparently this caused some confusion over jurisdiction. As a result, some reports were not filed in an entirely timely manner. I'm not sure I like the vibe I'm getting here. Hey, Apollo, look at him. Why is Prosecutor Gavin all relaxed and smiling like that? Like, he knows something we don't, and he's about to tell us. I've got an idea. Let's rock! With these documents, but before that, I have a question for the Fraulein detective, if I may. What? Tell me, why do you think that Mochi Tobey is blind? Huh? What did he say? What are you saying? Of course he's blind. Of course. He's the blind pianist, right? So he's... Doesn't Lemirar lead him around by the hand all the time? He's not actually blind, is he? No way. I have a report here on the defendant, Machi Tobey. According to this, Machi Tobey can see perfectly well. What? His blindness was merely a publicity ploy by those clever Borgnians. Chat, I don't know how to tell you all this, but I actually hate the color blue. He can see quite well. Objection! But you said... What did I say exactly? I'm sorry. I misled all of you. It was a publicity stunt. It was all to make all of you be all like, oh, Limit, their trademark color is blue. They love the color blue. I thought you were going to remove your glasses and your eyes would go with them. Believe me, if I had the option to, I totally would. Forehead, not once in the course of this trial have I claimed the defendant was blind. Screw you, Clavier. The only one who did was Fraulein Detective. But that's a significant fact, yes. Consider Tochi Tobey sees. And he was the only one who could have fled through the air vent. I see no problems with this. But what about the bullet holes in the wall? Yes, the bullet holes. I believe Air Forehead neatly explained those for us. He didn't miss because he couldn't see. It was the kickback from the 45 caliber revolver. A simple accident, in other words. Ugh. How's that? I'm afraid your objection has just flown off for brighter skies. Ugh. This is where the real fun begins, Air Forehead. Ugh. I knew you didn't have what it took. Why are we getting end of case music playing? You jerk! Just what was I in here for? Comic relief? Yeah, apologize. Oh, sorry. That's no way to apologize. That's what I tell everybody all the time. No one knows how to apologize anymore. I swear to God. He's angered to Trucy now. Look out. If we can please end the bickering. Now. Whatever. I'm not leaving. I can't leave like this. I'll come up with some clue to solve this case if it kills me. But your testimony has already given us enough to convict the defendant. Ugh, don't say that. What? This blood stain. The criminal tried to wipe it off, right? That seems to be what happened, yes. We might be able to find out what was really written here. Really? You can do that? That's right, with this. It's called liminal. Oh my God. Maybe you know of it. It's a chemical that reacts to blood. Ah, yes, have we done those tests yet? Ha! As if I'm gonna tell you. Man, I love Emma. She is very sassy. The bloodstains covered a section of the carpet. In order to perform blood tests, that section was removed and submitted. Perhaps we should request it here in the court now. Right, go for it, Apollo.
Huh? I have to do the test.
You just have to spray the luminol on it, simple.
Do you really want the defense attorney to do this? Isn't this your job, Emma? Emma and Gumshoe, best detectives. I love them.
A chemical that reacts to blood.
I've heard of this somewhere. Yes, I believe an analysis is called for. Have at it.
Right, ready? It's easy as pie. Just press A to spray an area. Here, give it a try. The eyes of the entire court are focused on me. Apollo, your hand shaking.
Let's do this. I did it. I'm perfect.
Don't worry, guys, I'll nail it eventually. No, okay, you know what? I'm gonna prove that I'm blind. I'm just gonna close my eyes after I kill this bug that's flying around my head and just spray. I'll get it eventually. Or apparently I got it after closing my eyes.
Wow, it really works. And that's not a name.
This must be the power of science. It says IPXX 31426.
Blaze it, guys.
Is that the killer's name?
Maybe it is, if the killer was a robot.
Aha, I have it.
So what is it?
I thought those letters IPXX looks familiar. This is an Interpol ID number. Interpol? You mean the International Police Agency? The one that Looker is a part of, as well as Inspector Zenigeta? Yes, most are undercover agents working to solve international crimes. But why would he write that number?
Why would Mr. Latouche even know a number like that?
Is Gadget actually a member of Interpol? I thought he was just like a regular government agent. Good show, Fraulein Detective. Rock on. Your Honor, we can verify this number immediately. Darian, are you there? Come up with, come up to the witness stand. Darian, you heard what we need. Go check into this Interpol ID number.
Sure thing. Give me 30 minutes. No, give me 27. I'm not sure what to think of all this. The prosecution's case is airtight, or so it seems. Yet if this number is really that of an Interpol agent...
Oh, wait, I know. What if Maji Tobey is really an undercover Interpol agent?
That would be a possibility.
A 15-year-old Interpol agent! What universe do we live in?
A possibility, yes.
I'm sorry, 14, right? Hang on. Sorry, 14-year-old Interpol agent.
And one that would mark him as the killer for certain.
Why did Latouche know an Interpol ID number? Is Latouche an Interpol agent? That's what I want to know. Well, we have some time while we wait to await Darian's report. Let us work on unraveling another mystery, shall we? A curious mystery concerning Machi Tobey.
What are you talking about?
Fraulein Detective, please accept my apologies. I received word that the defendant could, in fact, see just before the trial began. It seemed too much of a bother to tell you. You had me until that last bit. Does this now raise a rather straightforward question? Well, sure. Why did Machi pretend he couldn't see? Exactly, it makes little sense. What do you think, Forehead?
Huh? Me?
Machi Tobey pretended he was blind. Do you know why? How could he know? How could he know? Wait, Prosecutor Gavin knows why, doesn't he? He knows from the start of the trial. He's been leading us on this whole time. Something wrong? Do you think perhaps this is all some kind of game? No, that the moment I heard that report, I knew why.
I suppose the people who have sold over 1 million records really are something else.
What does this have to do with anything? There was a reason why Machi Tobei pretended to be blind, but it wasn't for his own sake. Getting the picture now?
It wasn't for himself? Well, Mr. Justice, can you present evidence that shows why the defendant had to feign blindness?
Wait a second. There's no way, right? Drink? Thanks for a reminder, Wolf. The universe that has a 15-year-old prosecutor, also valid, but I don't think she was 15. I think she was like 17 at the time, maybe 18? Or was she 19? Machi had no reason to pretend he couldn't see, which means, no, it couldn't be. Good show, Forehead. It seems you thought of something. Why can't I figure these things out on my own? I hate having to take my cues from this guy. Very well, look at this. This is why he was pretending he couldn't see.
That is La Miroir.
La Miroir and Machi Tobei recalled their relationship. In particular, their unique arrangement over the years before visiting our country. La Miroir and her pianist. They would always walk together, she leading him by the hand. Even when they got on stage, she would lead him to the piano. She would walk all the way over there with him. That's right, because he was blind. She led him at all times, never letting him go.
All times?
Yet, we have just learned something that makes their arrangement peculiar indeed. Machi could see. Why did they have to keep this act the whole time?
Well, wasn't it part of their performance?
I think there's a simpler explanation. Machi did not need to be led by the hand at all. That can only mean one thing. Really? Is it gonna turn out that La Miroir is blind? Really? It was all the other way around. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? The one who needed to be led by the hand was La Miroir.
What's this? So you mean to say that La Miroir she's...
What? Yes, Your Honor. La Miroir is blind. What?
Order. This is crazy, Prosecutor Gavin.
Is it now?
Please shed some sanity on this madness. The defense has made an outrageous claim.
The only thing outrageous I see about the defense is his vast forehead. Yet I see it's not vast in vain this time. He is quite correct.
But that makes no sense.
Yeah, wasn't she supposed to be the landscape painter in sound or something? Well, since we have her here, why not ask La Miroir herself? I believe she is still in the witness waiting room. Okay, here's my question. How did she not bump and bumble her way into the court and out of courtroom when she was called up as a witness? I'm sure someone must have noticed that, right? Apollo, what does this mean for our case? Don't ask me. I have no idea she couldn't see. There are different levels of blindness. Fair. Haven't even imagined it until now.
Bailiff, bring in La Miroir.
What if she has like daredevil echolocation powers? She just would be like, And then she can totally hear everything. Lemira, it pains me too deeply to call you before us again in this way, and yet I must. Please, do not be concerned on my behalf. Those eyes, she really can't see? Really? Okay, but what if she knows how to earthbend?
It means this case goes international? Uh-huh.
It is true. How funny it is that a tiny lie born in the Borgnian countryside would one day grow to entangle the entire world.
So you are?
Yes, as I mentioned before, I have no memory of the time before I became Lemure. Know, too, that my memories begin in darkness. The word light has no meaning for Lemure.
I see.
You may recall saying something toward the beginning of this trial, Air Forehead.
What's that?
I believe I said it was unfortunate this crime had no direct witnesses.
Oh my god.
Now, Lemure, I must ask you to stand once more. Will you testify to court about your eyes? Of course. It was never my intent to deceive any of you. May I begin, Your Honor?
Yes, of course. Though I admit I'm a little lost here.
I think we're all a little bit lost here, Your Honor. Again, like, she said she was born in darkness. So does that mean she literally can't see anything? I have no memory of the light. I debuted in a world of darkness and sound. Yeah, it makes it sound like she straight up can't see. She literally sees nothing. My producer came up with my PR line before he knew this. So, silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I could see. Everyone on my staff knew, of course, but no others.
But this is a murder trial!
I apologize, it was part of my contract, you see. I was to keep my blindness a secret no matter what. Music is everything for me. I never imagined something like this would. Told us the truth in the beginning. When she said she saw nothing.
Very well, does the defense have anything to add?
What am I supposed to say? I like to cross-examine the blind woman? But what is there left to ask? I don't know. There was one thing in her testimony that bothered me. Perhaps it is best we let you get it out of your system. Someday you'll come to understand the importance of thinking for yourself.
Very well, the defense may proceed.
I mean, you're technically telling us everything that we should be thinking right now, so this is on you, Gavin.
However, be aware this court will not tolerate any questions deemed too stressful to the witness.
Okay. There was only one part that bothered me. Just let me ask about that and I'll be happy. I was born in a world of darkness. You hurt yourself on that edge, Lemure. Listen, I'm just saying, that is a very common line. If anything, I would say it's too white bread. So you don't know why you went blind? I do not. I may have been born this way, in fact. It's fruitless to attempt to pry into her past. Yeah, see, exactly what Dirt Dog said. And I might add, it's a delicate subject.
I'm not sure we can reasonably expect Mr. Justice to do anything delicately.
Hey, why I oughta, brah! Take a deep breath and calm down. What I am now is all that I have. It is enough, I think. I debuted in a world of darkness and sound. Weren't you nervous to hit the stage in your condition? No, not at all, surprisingly. It felt natural singing in front of everyone.
It's not something just anyone can do.
She has talent, that much is quite clear. You might even say she is beloved by the gods of music. Even without light, I live perfectly happy in my world of sound. If that is a talent, as you say, then I thank the gods responsible.
What about your PR motto?
My producer came up with my PR line before he knew this.
Perhaps your music reminded him of the Borgnian scenery.
No, it was quite the opposite.
The opposite?
According to my producer, my music has a certain global quality.
Global?
Multicultural, if you will. Hard to pin to one region. When people listen to it, they pictured the country closest to their hearts. Which is why my music has reached so many. What a lovely story!
It sounds like this producer might have known what he was doing after all.
My songs were nothing more than a white canvas. To me, the real landscape painters are the listeners. When I think of that, I do not mind how I am represented to the world so much. Yet one thing quickly led to another. So silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I could see.
Was that to protect your image as the landscape painter in sound?
That does not matter so much to me, really. But the label is quite concerned about it, I think. A landscape painter who can't see.
That's like a pianist who can't play, huh? I'm not sure you can compare your father to Lemure.
The world of commercial music is filled with these little white lies. Nothing is sacred when it comes to publicity. Everyone on my staff knew, of course, but no others.
When you say your staff, do you include Mr. Latouche?
Of course, he was my manager.
So he knew, and that's what's been bugging me. Something the matter, Mr. Justice?
I believe I know what is bothering you, defense attorney. You are thinking of when you discovered the body, yes?
Is he right, Apollo?
Yes, I was.
We'll just skip over this since we've seen this a few times now. But yeah, so he can't see. Wait! Is he saying that? Wait, was he talking about like Lemire when he said can't see? The witness is Siren. Mr. Latouche told me to ask the witness and he named you. He didn't say ask the witness, he said the witness. Why would he do that? He knew you were blind.
I don't know. What did I just say? You need to learn to think for yourself.
Meaning, what? I think for myself all the damn time, and then the game punishes me for presenting evidence too early.
There's no mystery here if you recall everything he said. Think of his last words once more.
The witness, Siren? We've heard them many times, acting with a little play acting by our defense.
I remember them well, myself, but that statement is not to what I refer.
The game also backseats you? Also true. They do flashbacks a little too much. Yeah, I feel like there's a little too many flashbacks this case.
I mean, what he said before that.
Before? What came before that?
That's right, he tried to tell you. When he said can't see, he wasn't talking about himself.
Yeah, I kinda picked up on that.
He was talking about the witness.
Oh, I see. Oh, not to be rude, of course.
Too bad the defense did not. Wow, Clavier! We're talking about this with the blind woman in the middle of the room. Have a little tact, would you? Well, F ahead. Try relaxing and looking at the facts first next time.
Ugh. Order, order!
Recall Lemire's earlier testimony. I was on my way back from the stage, from the backstage to the backstage exit. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it.
But she couldn't have heard those gunshots. I thought we proved that.
That is not the most important point here. The moment he was shot, Mr. Latouche witnessed her through that window. Why else would he have named her as the witness? But I really did hear them. 2 gunshots and the man's voice. Unfortunately, such a thing was impossible. The window was closed. We have already run a simulation, of course.
What do you mean, run a simulation? Did you have like a video camera in the room that recorded everything and then you broadcast it again like Detective Pikachu holograms?
But it was so clear. If I heard the voice again, I would know it in an instant.
Your Honor! What is it, bailiff? Can't you see we're in session here? We have the results back from the investigation. The investigation?
Ah, the Interpol number that Mr. Latouche left us.
Well, let's hear it. We will continue this cross-examination afterward. Detective Crescent, your report, please.
I asked Interpol about that number. I'm sure you'll find the answer intriguing. Quick work as always, Darian.
Well, tell us about the number. Is the defendant a secret agent?
Why, PXX31426, blaze it! The agent registered under this number was Romain Latouche.
What?
Our undercover Interpol agent was Mr. Latouche himself. He is apparently in the middle of an operation. So when he wrote those letters, he was trying to tell us his own identity. And a cautious killer tried to wipe them away. Mr. Latouche was an undercover Interpol agent. So him being Lemuro's manager was just a cover, most likely. There's one other important detail I found. Well, out with it. It concerns that 45 revolver, the murder weapon. Apparently, it belonged to Romain Latouche. He had an Interpol permit to carry firearms, and the registration number on the revolver matched. So, the victim was killed with his own weapon, which makes sense. It's hard to imagine someone who wasn't an Interpol agent with such a large revolver. So the victim was an Interpol agent on an undercover op. What the hell is going on with this case now? I wonder how that ties into everything. It's gotta tie in somehow, you'd think. Yeah, somehow.
Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Crescent. It's a great help.
Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. Okay, out of curiosity, for Darian Crescent, is there a pun on this name that I'm not picking up on? I'll be heading out. Wait!
Lemure, is something the matter?
That voice just... No way! That voice just now. Darian? Mr. Darian, is it? It was him! I am sure of it. What?
It was him?
Oh, crescendo for his last name. Ah!
You aren't saying!
That voice I heard, talking to Mr. Latouche. When I heard the gunshots fired, it was him! It was Mr. Darian! Is this some kind of joke? What? No way! The courtroom fell into such a chaotic state, the trial had to be suspended temporarily. I've never seen that happen before. Of course, it's not every day that you get an accusation like that one. Lemure fingering Darian Crescent. Lewd. Not only is he a guitarist, he's a detective. Could it really have been his voice Lemure heard? Things were changing fast, and frankly, I wasn't sure I could keep up with it. Hey, Hey, no whipping out now, Apollo. Chat, I have a question for you guys. How long is that next chapter of this case? It's going to be long. You want to take a break? Yeah, I'm starting to feel like I need to take a break. My head is, a little exhausted. The trial segment just ended. Good place for a break. You want to be here for the next 2 hours? I can do another 2 hours. I just want to take a small break if that's cool. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab some food really quick and then we'll continue after that. I think it's another investigation, another trial day. We'll do another investigate. Yeah, we'll do an investigation. Let me go grab some food. Might as well throw up a 3-minute ad while I'm doing this.
Thank you!
Thanks, pal.
Cairo, first, thank you so much for the resub for 47 months with Prime Gaming. Really appreciate you, dude. And let me read again. Mitsuria Luca, thank you so much for a follow as well. All right, let's continue into the next chapter. July 9th, 2:12 p.m. Write Anything Agency. Hey, Apollo! Hey. Don't hit me. Hey. Stop hitting me. What? Well, actually, nothing. I mean, something, or maybe not. Out with it! The suspense is giving me an ulcer. Well, the trial today, I was thinking, if you gave it a score, what score would you give it? Well, chat, based on my ability to perform in that last trial, how would you guys grade me? Score? Gee, I guess I'm maybe, well... I'm just as bad as you. See, it's so vague. Clearly. B+. You're too generous. Machi avoided a guilty verdict, which is something. Though I can't say I'm any less confused about the case. You just had this flashback, let's skip. You're A-okay? Chat, y'all are too nice. And the victim, Mr. Latisse. Who would have had guessed he was actually an undercover Interpol agent? What a mess. And we don't have any idea what he was investigating. Well, he was investigating Ace Attorneys, obviously. Well, true, but we know who shot him now. Lemirar told the whole court. And she's claiming it was him, Darian Crescent. It's another mystery, Apollo. I love mysteries. I wish it involved less murder. I don't. Speaking of mysteries, what's Mr. Wright up to? I wouldn't mind asking his opinion. Okay, that's cute, Lindea. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen Daddy around. What, is he some kind of stray that just wanders in and out at will? I wouldn't say that, but he's been going out a lot. Some top secret mission, he said. Oh, so Trucy, shouldn't you be in school right now? Top secret? Anyway, you can't just rely on him to save the day. And you got me to help you. We'll be fine. No, but seriously though, shouldn't Trucy be in school right now? Fine, right. Well, time's wasting, as they say. Let's investigate. That's the spirit. Or is the implication that all trials take place on weekends? Lemirar dropped a bomb in court today. It was Darian. Lemirar says she's never forgotten a voice, right? That's so cool. Or maybe she's trying to cover for Machi. Trucy can play hooky as a treat? I don't think she's been to school since we met her, and I don't think we've been around in the right anything agency that long for her to just casually skip so many days of school. What's that called again? Elephant ears? I bet that's what they're called. Somehow I don't think that's what you think it means. And she has to be wrong this time. Wrong? Why? I mean, look. Those gunshots were right during the concert. That's right, I was burning up the dance floor at the time. Right, did you happen to look up on stage? Maybe. At Darian, even? You bet I did. He's one of the Gavinia's guitarists after all. He's so cool. Oh. Right. All the Gavinias have a rock-solid alibi. He could have shot Mr. Lutus's backstage. But Lemirar heard him, didn't she? She heard Darian backstage, right? Somebody's either wrong or lying very bad. Well, I figured this out really quick. An Interpol agent? I was was wondering, what is Interpol anyway? Wait, what? What? I just get a little food in me and I kind of start piecing things together really early. What can I say? Huh?
Interpol? They're the guys who catch international criminals.
Why can't they just call them international police instead of making up some silly name?
Yeah. Anyway, you think he was investigating Le Miroir?
What? Why would anyone do that? She's not a criminal. She couldn't be.
Don't be fooled by appearances is all I'm saying.
But remember, I'm a magician, Apollo. I can swat a palmed coin at 50 paces.
Is that a thing that magicians are capable of doing? If only it were that easy. In any case, we know he was working on something.
I wonder if it was something that had something to do with something. That something being our case. The last something, I mean.
Something like that. Frankly, the whole thing is making my head hurt. What was Mr. Latouche up to?
Ah ha 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 ha.
Trucy, was that another one of your tricks?
It wasn't me. I can't even make Mr. Hat laugh like that.
Who the fuck are you? Whenever the mundane gives way to miracles, a word is whispered. Graham-Ear.
Hey, the other day. Ah!
Who's there?
We didn't just imagine that, did we?
Graham-Arai. Graham-Arai? Okay. He was wearing a silk hat. Friend of yours?
Hardly.
We meet again. Nice to meet you. Who are you? And can you please stop smirking like that?
Ah! Ah! It's you, Uncle Valent.
Uncle Valent? He's your uncle?
No, silly. It's the great Graham-Arai. Valent's Graham-Arai. The Grand Magician.
Yes, it is I, the great Valent Graham-Arai. Valent Graham-Arai.
I don't get it.
As seen on television. And can you please stop smirking like that? It's been a while, Miss Trucy. 7 years to be exact. Well, that's immediately super suspicious. My, how you've grown.
Good to see you again, Uncle Valent. You look exactly the same.
I hate to intrude, but what is a great magician doing paying us a visit? I believe it was you who wished to see me. So be quick with your questions. And do not quail, quake, or quiver. I am quite tame. Though my stardom may sear the sight, I'm quite down to earth when need calls. He does have a certain aura to him, it's true.
Let's ask him about the case, Apollo.
His aura sure isn't lost on our magician in the making. She's practically drooling with enthusiasm.
After all, Uncle Valent's one of Daddy's best friends. That's why I call him Uncle.
Ah, is he one of the best friends who decides to betray him at the last second and we don't realize? Valent is from Valiant, that's obvious, and a reference to valence electrons. As per the wiki, the reason for the last one is a spoiler. Alright. What? Daddy? You mean Mr. Right?
No, I mean, my real daddy.
Can you not phrase it like that, but I get what you mean? Trucy's real father? Once upon a time, true Graham-Arai included 2 grand magicians. Myself, Valiant Graham-Arai, and my partner, Zach Graham-Arai.
Were you brothers?
And the Zach was...
He was my real daddy.
Trucy's father, a magician. I guess it makes sense. I had no idea.
There wasn't much point in talking about it. Not now that he's gone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm not lonely. I got my daddy after all. And you make me laugh, Apollo. Aw, Trucy is a cutie.
Your father was totally murdered by Valent, wasn't he? Glad I'm good for comic relief, at least.
Not that I see daddy around much these days. Wait, Apollo? Don't tell me you don't know about Troop Grammari.
Troop Grammari? Or Grammari? Is it Grammari? Okay, Grammari, got it. But it does sound kind of familiar. Oh, lost life, lamentably listless lad. Nice alliteration. To not know of the greatest troop of magicians on the planet? Valiant Grammari. The name began to surface in my name. It was a name I've heard on television as a child.
You bet you've heard the name. He made a cruise ship disappear and blow up at an amusement park.
I mean, if you give me enough sticks of dynamite, I can do the same thing.
Oh, and he made all this gold disappear from a safe.
Oh, I know how to do that too. Someone know, give me the combination.
And then escape from a high security prison.
Are we sure he's not a criminal? You said he was a magician. I open the locks to hearts chained by mediocrity. Yeah, well, Phoenix can do that with a Magitama. This is a true miracle of troop grammary. Wait, what?
What, Apollo?
I do remember seeing you on television a long time ago. Weren't you with someone else, like a duo?
A duo?
Yeah, you had a partner. Something grammary. Yes, Zach Grammary. A masterful maker of magic. A capable crafter of shining showmanship. Why is everyone so quiet?
Daddy.
Oh, no way! Ugh, I've been remiss in remembering my reasons for my visit. Reasons? Two, in fact. The first being, of course, to see you, Miss Trucy.
You don't know how happy I am to see you again, Uncle Valent.
I'm sure you are. Not one for modesty, are you? Why, I encountered you at the Coliseum the first time in 7 years. I could fain not contain my emotions. I wept oceans. And to learn you now defend that poor pianist, that blinded boy. 'Twas a hot topic of talk amongst the staff, you know. And defend him you did.
Teehee. Oh, she ahead! She did the ahead!
Well, it wasn't all my doing. I'm his defense attorney, actually. My other reason for coming here today was this.
That's a videotape. You think I know what this is? I'm a Zoomer.
Quite so, according of the concert, no less. I've brought it for you, Trucy, on behalf of Troop Grammary. You have a VCR player, right? Will you watch it? Sugar, you are my candy girl. Sugar.
Why are we watching the concert again out of curiosity, by the way? Also, wouldn't a fire inside of a guitar totally have, like, affected the music that was being played? Man, it's still so funny seeing like Lavier fall over. Yo, Kira, how's it going? Thank you so much for raid. How you guys up to? What were you guys up to? Really? Diamond Shining Pearl, nice. What were you guys doing in that? Shiny hunting? That's a lawsuit? Oh, we're in the middle of one right now. But yeah, hi everyone from Kira Kennedy stream. I'm No Limit. I'm a variety streamer that plays with games that they never played before. Currently doing Apollo Justice, aka Ace Attorney 4. Currently working through case 3 if you guys are curious about that. And yeah, if you gotta take care of any post-stream stuff, or if anybody from the raid needs to go rest, get food, and all that good stuff, no worries. I still appreciate the raid. Wow, it's almost as good as it was live. So, what's the word? Mysterious. There are more mysterious things than her song going on. Oh, so who the hell recorded that concert using a VHS tape? Did they not have, like, digital recording devices at this time period yet? Is the Ace Attorney universe going to be perpetually stuck in the past? Even though they're supposed to take place in the near future? What year is this supposed to be? You're trying to get a stupid teal. Oh, you're trying to get a shiny version of Shaman. Good luck with that. What year is this supposed to be? I think it's supposed to be like 2027. Way more mysterious. This Valiant Grammary has good reasons to be here today. But I wonder what his reasons were to be at that concert. It's kind of weird that we don't have anything else to speak on in regards to this, but so I was wondering, that stun in the middle of the song there. I didn't see a stun. What about Le Miroir vanishing and reappearing? Oh, that. Guess I'm so used to seeing that happen, I didn't even notice. So young to be so jaded. A simple sleight of hand, a petite prestigitation. A mud crumb of magic from me to you. So that's why you were at the concert. Yes, I was there to watch my trick take to the air. So you're the one who knows how it was all done? Of course, I am like a deity, but the stage as my domain. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Ace Attorney universe is like retro chic. I suffer no mystery upon those floodlit boards, not grasped tightly twixt my fingers. It is a potent primeval power I possess. Well, do you think you could tell me how it was done? Hey now, you're an all-star, Apollo. Get on stage now, get paid. Trucy? That's like totally against the rules, Apollo. Not during a murder investigation, it's not. Must none, for my illusions are mine alone, monsieur. Also what? Recall the terrible occurrence happened later. Well, after my illusion entranced the audience. Oh. Don't even ask, I won't answer. Too bad for you, Apollo. Whose side are you on? Magnetic tapes were still used for master recordings for a long time, even after the advent of DVD. Of course, different quality tape than the mass-produced VHS, also valid. You have a good night, Kira. I, Valiant Grammary, now make my leave, Miss Trucy.
There's no need to rush, Uncle Valent. You should stay a while.
I'm afraid I cannot. I may not. I shall not. I've been asked to assist with an analysis, and so I shall slink back to the scene. My god, this guy actually has a freaking V belt buckle even. So you'll be at the concert venue today? Correct, if you would call upon me. Come to the Coliseum. See you later, crocodile.
Don't you mean alligator? Okay. Yo, Princess Sunny, how's it going?
Good thing that line of thingy was dropped in a later case. Later game. Gotcha. With a whirl of his cloak and a wink of his eye, he turned and walked out through the door. Normally.
Well, there you go, Apollo. Let's get cracking.
Right. Valiant Grammary. I got a few more things to ask him. Foremost among them, that bit of magic that made Lemire disappear. And how does he know Trucy and her real father? Let's see how Charlie's feeling today. Mr. Charlie, the potted plant. Huh? His sleeves are looking a little brown.
Oh no! Charlie! No! Do you need water? Do you need fresh fertilizer? Do you need sunlight? Oh no! Good morning, Mr. Charlie. Ah! Mr. Charlie, your leaves! No! Charlie!
Maybe you weren't giving him enough water.
No, it must be stress.
He's worried about the new recruit at the office. You're talking about me. Hey, don't blame it on me. You are watering him, right?
It was Daddy's turn to water him this week.
Mr. Ray has been away on his top secret mission, no?
I'm sorry, Mr. Charlie. This is all my fault. I'll water you soon, promise. Oh,
what do you mean water you soon? Water him now! Feed Charlie! Charlie needs to be happy and healthy. He's the only person that is left from Mia's days. How are you supposed to remember Mia if we don't have Charlie here? A strange split box leers at me from the wall. No matter how many times I see that there, it still strikes me as odd.
Really? I guess I've gotten used to it after growing up with it always around the house.
What kind of home do you grow up in?
I'd hide in there when we play hide and seek. You just get in, slide the sections around, and you're impossible to find.
I bet you would be.
Head pats for Trucy, guys.
That's one of those hats you pull things out of, right?
Of course, my hat's like a little universe, bigger on the inside than on the outside.
Guys, I think Trucy is a Time Lord. And her hat is her TARDIS. That reminds me of a... That reminds me, I need to catch up on Doctor Who, everybody.
Incidentally, my pocket is a little universe too, and my panties and...
Okay, apparently Trucy just has a lot of TARDISes. I get the idea. Imagine the Doctor slipping into panties whenever he wants to time travel. How's your magic deck coming along?
Well, I've been working on my cups and balls routine.
Lewd. Is that the one where the ball moves from under one cup to the other?
That's right, the very same. Here, watch. First, I put one cups over the ball, and then snap my fingers. Ta-da! The ball's under the other cup.
It's not there.
Watch me pull something out of my magic panties!
Nice try.
Guess I know what I'll be doing tonight. Practicing! You can be my audience, Apollo!
Ugh. So, there's photos of your father, Trucy.
Someday I'll be as good as a magician as that Grammary. You'll see.
Oh. Poor Trucy. No wonder she's so devoted to her art.
You should have seen him on stage, Apollo. He made things disappear left and right. Poof, poof, poof. Until he even made himself disappear.
Girl.
You need therapy. Cool, huh? Yeah. Is that how it really happened? I've seen some restaurants that set out real food to show what's on the menu. I have too, but I noticed something strange. One time there was a sandwich without any lettuce. Like, it had disappeared by magic. I'm sure someone just swiped the lettuce and ate it. Wait, that sandwich! You didn't! Apollo, you shouldn't eat sample food, no matter how hungry you are. Just how hard up do you think I am? I mean, to be fair, we're not exactly rocking the most interesting job right now. You know, that ring kind of gets in the way. Our client the other day tripped on it and fell on the floor. Setting my ring rolling out the door. You know how long it took me to find it? You know how long it took to calm down the client? And in the end, they walked out without hiring us. Could you clean up for a bit? But don't you think the props give the office a festive, fun-filled mood? I'm not sure law offices had to be festive and fun-filled. And to be fair, this isn't a law office. We're a talent agency. Apollo, this is the right energy agency. As CEO, I want an office that says we know how to have fun. I'm fun, right, chat? Right? I guess it is her office, isn't it? Well, how about some tea? Here you go. Thanks, that's nice. But this is not the time to be drinking tea! That's right, we have to get investigating. That was a close call. We almost relaxed. That is very anxiety-inducing, and I have no idea why. There's...
Who else but the Fantastic Limit have such fun alerts?
Lies. My alerts are boring and lame, but thank you for the 121 bits, Wolf. Now I'm craving a burger. There are several books of magic mixed in with the legal books on the shelves. I dusted them recently. Nothing like the gleam of clean books. Alright, well that's just going to be it for now. Let's head out. July 9th, Detention Center, Visitor's Room. Machi may not be guilty, but he's still a suspect. But they don't have any decisive evidence. Yeah, but only someone as small as him could have gotten out of that room. Hamburgia, touche. Right, the air vent. And he lied. Lied? Machi Tobey can't see. Ah! Machi! Speak of the devil. He looks like he's doing okay. I forget, why did we come here? It's not like we can talk to him or anything. Words are overrated! Feelings are what matter, Apollo. It's kind of hard to build a court case on feelings. I don't know, there's like character cases, I guess. But since we're here anyway, might as well get what I want to say off my chest. If you need someone to complain to, I'll listen. I think she's actually worried about me. Aww. Man, what's this Law and Order music? That security camera's looking at me. Why do I feel this sudden urge to make a silly face? Hire a damn interpreter, Apollo? Apparently not. You think he has the money to afford an interpreter? A security guard. He stands here watching this room. His eyes when he looks at Machi are gentle. Maybe he has a kid the same age. Aww. You build the client for that? Yeah, but not in Japanifornica. I don't know why I said Fornica. So, what'd you think of the trial today? Phew, I'm glad he doesn't understand English after all. If he did, he would have been scared out of his mind by that trial. Hey, all's well that ends well.
You'll have to be more goal-oriented if he's innocent. If he's innocent, we win. No! If he's found not guilty, we win. Machi may not understand English, but I bet he gets that better than you do. Huh? I'm glad Lemurard testified. What a great person. She even got Machi off the hook by naming another suspect. Darian of the Gavineers, the detective. I wonder if Machi knows what happened. I mean, if he could follow how the trial went at all, if no one told him there's a new suspect, how would he know? Hey? What is it, Apollo? No, it's nothing. I must be imagining it. Imagining what, Apollo? It's just, I can't help but feel that, I don't know. Machi, he doesn't understand what we're saying, right? How could he? He's a young Borgnian. He doesn't speak English. Gotta get to bed? No worries, sir. Dog, you have a good night, dude. Yeah, but my bracelet is reacting to him. Huh? Maybe it's malfunctioning. Or it's scared because he keep making those I'm so mad faces. What does that mean? Was I that bad? Machi lied about not being able to see. But what if that's not all that he lied about? If you're curious about it, there's only one thing to do. You should ask him. I think it'll take something big to get him some kind of undeniable evidence. We'll be back, Machi. So, Machi, you can't see, right? Machi can see and Lemurard can't. The whole world's gone topsy-turvy. Sorry, Apollo. I don't think we're going to get any information out of Machi. Which makes sense.
Yeah, I guess it does.
I don't think there's going to be anything we're going to be able to present to him. Let's head over to Coliseum. Sunshine Coliseum.
My god, why does this sound like a GameCube game?
July 9th, Sunshine Coliseum. Ooh. I like the floating banners and blimp. Guilty as charged, Gavineers. Guilty as charged. Oh my god, there's even a little blue badger down here. Woo, what a great day. It's a perfect day for sleuthing. The weather matters for investigation? Don't some days just feel like magic days or defense days? Sure. Let's get started, shall we? Right on! Show us your stuff, Apollo!
What stuff?
Your voice training! This is perfect place for it!
I did enough at home, thanks.
Aw, there's no need to be shy! Keep that up and you'll never make it onto the big stage.
I'm happy in the courtroom, thank you. I am a lawyer.
Then you're in luck, because it's lawyer weather today. Don't you just want to face the blue sky and shout, OBJECTION!
Look, the weather has nothing to do with lawyers. Let's get going already.
Bermsai, can bad weather affect lawyers?
I'm gonna assume potentially. Sunshine Coliseum sure is living up to its name today. Even has a shine sprite in front.
It's huge!
Only because it's something else to be delayed. Yep.
And Mr. Gavin got to play on that enormous stage. I'm so jealous. Someday, I'll fight my first battle on this stage.
Battle?
Well, yeah. It's a coliseum, isn't it?
They don't do gladiatorial contests at these places anymore, Trucy.
Really? I had no idea. I wonder why they stopped.
Oh, you know, they're too busy playing video games, playing Pictionary and Werewolf, and raising money for direct relief.
Sometimes I worry about her. Look, a blimp!
Those balloons next to it have sponsor ads on them.
Let's see. Big sale. All shirts 50% off. Oh, it's an ad for the department store next door. What's that creature there? Oh, that's a police mascot, the Blue Badger. It's life-size Blue Badger coming at you. What you do? Haven't you seen them around town patrolling the streets? Yes. Even now, now even Law and Order has a mascot. Isn't that a thing in Japan where literally every place has a mascot to like attract people? I think that actually is a thing. I'd rather run from that thing even if I wasn't a criminal. Why does its head wobble like that when it walks? It's freaky. I don't think you're showing the true badger spirit, Apollo. Blue badgers for life, guys. Look, a massive sign for the Guilty as Charged tour. A giant prosecutor, Gavin, stares out over the arena. Oh, maybe I can take it to the office when they're done with it. Where would you put it? You couldn't even get that thing through the front door. Then I'll put it outside. I bet it'd be good for business. Just as long as no one comes expecting us to prosecute. Well, if anyone comes looking for a concert, leave it to me. Is this part of some twisted plan of hers to make her singing debut, I wonder? Okay, but Trucy as a idol singer, I would actually subscribe to that. Mr. Attorney. Le Miroir. I'm sorry about today. There's nothing you need to apologize for. You're merely defending Machi. Are you okay? Alone, I mean. Humans are blessed with 5 senses. Even robbed of one, we get by. Though it does make being a witness rather difficult. Speaking of seeing, you knew who we were before we spotted you just now. And we weren't even talking. I heard your footsteps several times the day before. Oh. You must have great ears. Ears that heard the crime taking place. Or so she claimed yesterday, but how? Can we finally pick up this stupid earpiece? That's been lying there since the day before yesterday. It's small, maybe no one's noticed it. How the hell did police not notice a very clearly distinct earpiece on the middle of a shiny floor like this? I don't understand the police investigation team. I kind of want to pick it up and make a cool souvenir, don't you think? It does stick out in my mind for some reason. There's that's the Gavineer's dressing room. They're all out on the investigation. Being backstage isn't half as glamorous without a band here. That would be the Blue Badger, the police mascot. There's a guy outside in a giant Blue Badger costume, lumbering about. He stands out even more than those Gavineer's posters. It's all the same. He's the band mascot too, you know. What? I can't picture Prosecutor Gavin going for that kind of thing. Neither can I. I bet there's a story there just waiting to be told. Surprise, Gavineer has a cute side to him. Who would have guessed? Not Gavineer, Clavier has a cute side to him. That's Le Miroir's dressing room and the scene of the crime. It's kind of lightly guarded for being a crime scene. I'm not complaining, makes it easier for us to go in. And Emma gave us her okay, right? We can wander in and do as we like. How is Emma doing anyway? I hope she's not getting cavities from eating all those chocolate snackoos. I'm thirsty, Apollo. Want something to drink? How about this one? A Steel Samurai soda. Now in real steel flavor. I think I read this in the previous day. A concert poster for the Guilty as Charged tour. I I love that name, Guilty as Charged. Seems kind of negative. Oh, I think we read this already. Skip, 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 skip. Just skip it. Looks like an instrument case, a big instrument case. There's a great magic trick you can do with one of these. Huh? What kind? The miraculous beautiful girl escapes the case illusion. So it's the girl who's miraculous, not the escape. So picky. My god, it even has a little blue badger sticker on it. Cute. That was quite a statement you made today in court about hearing Darian Crescent's voice at the scene of the crime. I did not know his name, but I never forget a voice. If there's one thing I hate about Ace Attorney games is, man, they sure do love their flashbacks. Even the stuff that just happened like 5 seconds ago. It's like watching a shonen battle anime that has to fill in time, so they keep on putting in flashbacks for filler. As I said in court, I was on my way backstage from the stage. That is when I heard his voice. I'm guessing Tyrion and Mr. Latouche were talking about something. The next moment, I heard those gunshots. Why didn't you call security? To be honest, though the noise was quite frightening, I never imagined the gunshots might be real. To be fair, for these particular flashbacks, they probably assumed you stopped playing after the trial segment and came back later. Oh, believe me, if I had the option to, I would, but streaming. And I was in quite a hurry myself. I left the scene at once. So, it really was Tyrion's voice that she heard. Yeah. At least, she certainly thinks it was. I met Machi before my debut as Le Miroir. I was singing in a restaurant in Borgnia, and he was playing the piano? Yes. He was very kind to me when he learned I could not see. Is that when you started playing opposites? With Machi pretending he couldn't see? Ah, no, it wasn't then. That began after our major debut. After I became known as the landscape painter in sound. It must have been tough for Machi, pretending he couldn't see and all the while acting as your eyes. We held hands always. He would write with his finger on my palm to signal to me things I should know. He is a smart, gentle boy. I think I see what she's getting at. Machi would never harm a soul. Oh, drink and stretch? Thanks for a reminder, Wolf. I forgot. About Mr. Latouche. Ah, yes, he was an Interpol agent, I hear. So you had no idea? Of course not. No one did. I guess that's what it means to be undercover. But someone was after him. They had to have known who he really was. Why did he pose as my manager? I do not understand. You have no idea? I can only assume that he was investigating me, but why? What makes you think that? Perhaps it is not so, but I cannot deny the possibility because of my condition. As my present is veiled in darkness, so too is my past clouded from memory. Clouded. Right. The darkness that I fear is not the darkness that I see when I open my eyes. The real darkness lies in my heart. Okay, now she's becoming a Kingdom Hearts character. In your heart? I have no memory of the time before I became Le Miroir. I awoke from darkness into darkness, you might say. I was singing in a restaurant those days. What was it that she said about not being able to remember the light? I do not know my past. Perhaps I committed some terrible crime in my past. Everything before becoming Le Miroir is lost to me. But I don't think you... I can think of no other explanation. Why else would an agent of Interpol approach me? Do you think your past might be related to this case? No way, that seems really unlikely to me. I mean, you're such a sweet person, Lemiroir.
Man, I can't wait to get Jabeta and find out she's actually a total bitch or something.
I thank you, Machi too. Tells me this often when I fear who I might have been.
So you want to tell me about the video cassette?
We took a look at your performance again. It was even better the second time. Thank you. That reminds me, that was an incredible illusion you pulled off. Illusion? Well, you teleported from one stage to the other, remember? Yes. Apparently they hired a professional magician.
Valiant Grammary.
I was wondering, do you think you could tell us how it was done? I'm afraid I cannot. Mr. Grammary made me swear to never tell a soul.
I was afraid of that.
Hard to believe a magician if you can't keep a secret, you know. I am reminded that I wish to speak to you about something.
Yeah?
When I was walking this hallway before, I stumbled upon a small device of some kind. It was lying on the floor.
Device? Maybe you mean this?
It's been lying there since the day before yesterday. Might I touch it? I thought as much.
What do you think?
This is one of our headsets. Everyone on staff wears one during a concert.
I wonder whose this is.
We use it for communication. It would be quite inconvenient should it go missing.
We'll hold on to it for you then. We'll give it to Prosecutor Gavin when we see him.
Yes, that's best. Thank you. So, can I put it on?
Yes, Juicy. Get your ear prints all over it.
Actually, can you get ear prints? I know you can get footprints and handprints and fingerprints, but what about ear prints? Attached? It's not some kind of robot, Apollo.
Everyone on staff was wearing one of these headsets. This might warrant some further inquiry. Receiver transmitter for voice signals. All concert staff wore one.
10 for that, little buddy. This is Trucy reporting it, over.
Why the sudden silence?
No one answered.
Don't be silly. What good is a receiver that doesn't receive?
That's like Emma not performing forensic investigations.
You make her sound like she's some kind of forensic investigation machine. Which is just silly. Unless she's a super high-tech android that runs on snackoos! Earprints are indeed a thing? Are you serious, Vermsai? I was memeing! Can I ask you about this headset, Lemirar? You said that all concert staff were wearing one.
That's correct. You need them to communicate across such a large stage. Everyone on the staff had one, of course. And all of the band members too, I should think.
So Prosecutor Gavin and his lackeys had them on too, then.
They're quite helpful, though limited. They only work within 30 feet or so. After all, they're only for use on stage. And a stronger signal would interfere with the sound system.
That makes sense. You think someone would notice if they dropped their only communications line. So why is this one lying here? I guess we can start in the Gavinier's dressing room. This place is decorated like a high school dance. Though I think our decorations were paper, not chains.
The Gaviniers are into chains. It's part of their image.
Kinky.
Huh, no kidding. Ever since they used chains on the cover art for Gonna Lock You Up.
They're really into the whole police thing, aren't they?
It'd be cooler if they turned that red light on.
They don't have to turn on the red light. Because we're going to the red light district. What?
The speaker here is the same as the one in Lemirar's room.
I wonder if this one has a blaring as loud as hers.
I don't see a volume control anywhere in the room. My guess is they give all the rooms equal treatment.
You mean equal punishments?
What's the police recruitment poster doing here? Rock on with the police. Maybe they're trying to trick kids into thinking the police are some kind of band. But yeah, I don't think there's anything else new in here. I think we're good to move out, actually. Unless there's like some kind of specific conversation you guys want me to see, but not really seeing it. July 9th, Lemirar's dressing room. Uh-oh. There's only one person I know who can munch with such venom. What are you doing here? Hello, Emma. You're looking as grumpy as ever. Oh, am I supposed to be happy? You gave me the 2nd degree in core, and Prosecutor Gavin makes me look like a fool. You're talking about the bloodstain Mr. Latouche left? My department chief had a field day with that one. Even a blind person can see the shooter wasn't blind. Funny guy, huh? But that bloodstain helped uncover the biggest mystery of all. Now we know that Mr. Latouche was really with Interpol. We wouldn't have found that out without you. I suppose. Maybe that's why the chief gave me these after he was finished chewing me out. Said it was my reward. Are chocolate snackoos popular down at the precinct or something? I was hoping we could check out the crime scene again. Be my guest, you're not gonna find any clues in here. Though I did find something strange. Something strange? I met my embarrassment quota for the year, that's for sure. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? How? I mean, think about it. Now you don't have to be embarrassed about anything else all year. If only it worked that way. It just bugs me to think that little kid outsmarted me. And it makes him even more suspicious now that we know he can see. He could have seen the air duct and he could have shot that revolver. But that's not how it sounded in Lemirar's testimony. You mean her saying she heard Detective Darian's voice at the scene? That's right! We can't just have a normal, straightforward killing once in a while in this country. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Was that true what you said in court today? You know, about the case? About how everything was happening according to those song lyrics? The guitar serenade, you mean? I found the link, you know. First, Prosecutor Gavin's heart-shaped key ring was stolen. Then Lemirar flew through the air. Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar caught on fire. And in the end, a bullet took Mr. Latouche's life. And then he went up into the sky with a guitar. Well, 15 feet up at least. And then he started flying through the air as he was launched through the skies and smashed through the ceiling of the Sunshine Coliseum. And then a passing airplane was flying by. And it was like, ladies and gentlemen, it's a peaceful flight today. And then, and Latouche's body gets stuck in a jet engine. And then, the airplane starts screaming. It's like, holy cow, we're falling out of the sky! We gotta drop the load! And then they dump the load of picnic food that they want into seaweed forest. And then Patrick and SpongeBob are like, yo, food! All hail the magic conch! And then Squidward's all like, all hail the magic conch! And then they sat around doing nothing. It is kind of hard to chalk it up to coincidence, I know, and I found it. You think the same person did all of this? Don't ask me, I didn't do it. Neither did I couldn't fit through that air vent anyway. Not with that amount of snackaroos you munch on. What? Y'all think I did it? Sometimes I worry about that girl. So, what'd you find? It's so little, I must have passed over it yesterday. I found it under the sofa.
What the hell is this supposed to be? Is that supposed to be like a pipe bomb or something?
What is it? Part of some device, I think. I haven't a clue what. A bit sticking out from the end looks familiar, so I had it examined. Turns out it's an antenna. Oh, like a beetle? Like on a cell phone. This device must use an electric signal of some sort. An electrical signal, you say? Do you think you could take a look at this, Emma?
Emma? Her rate of chewing is increasing.
Better back off before it gets too late. Do you think you could take a look? Okay, apparently she's just not gonna look at anything I share with her. Look, it's fruit. Fruit, Apollo, fruit! I heard you the first time. I'm sure there is a lot of fruits. I doubt anyone would miss a bit of watermelon. I know, I'll make it vanish into my stomach. Better not, they might make you pay for it. And if you have the money for that, you should probably repaint the office first. Watermelons are that expensive? These could have been imported from exotic local, for all we know. Man, I know exactly where these fruit came from. They all came from Yoshi's Island. Like, okay, let's be real here. This melon totally looks exactly like the melon from Yoshi's Island, doesn't it? That's one of the biggest, most expensive looking TVs I've ever seen. Too bad you never owned one. Never is kind of harsh, Trucy. How about for all eternity then?
Same difference.
A Cavaliers poster. How many of those did they put up anyway? Prosecutor Gavin looks so cool on stage. You should learn to play the guitar too, Apollo. You can accompany my magic act.
We'd certainly be a novelty act if nothing else. I think about if I ever lose my attorney's badge. That's the air vent with Machi Tobei's fingerprints.
What's with the frown? Can't a girl frown anymore? Is that a crime?
No, of course not. I just mean...
Machi Tobei's fingerprints are on that air vent. Why would his fingerprints be there if he wasn't a shooter? That's not a question I have to answer in court. That's not a question I want to have to answer in court. Hey, wipe that frown off your face. One stick in the mud per crime scene, please.
I guess girls can frown, but defense attorneys can't.
Oh, come on, Apollo. You look a lot cuter if you smiled more.
Heh.
Shooter must have used that to climb up to that vent. All this tragedy because someone left a stepladder here.
I don't think Mr. Latouche was shot because of the ladder. Man, Apollo is so hard on ladder arguments. He just refuses to accept that's a stepladder. Does he have like step siblings or something and he just hates them that much that he refuses to acknowledge the word step?
You think it was Machi?
I guess. That air vent is pretty small after all. Then again, considering what we learned in Spirit of Justice, maybe that is actually closer to the truth than I thought. The escaping the time between the gunshots and us opening the door? Right after the shooting took place, Lemirar tried to come into the dressing room and dropped her brooch.
I think that fits with the other stuff we know. Do you think the timing of when she dropped it is important?
Yeah, something about it bugs me, that's for sure. Look at the way those bullets tore through this thick wall. That revolver really was something else.
I wonder if someone was as little as me could even fire it.
Dislocating your shoulder would kind of put up a crimp in your stage career.
Daddy always had stiff shoulders. Maybe that could help loosen him up.
Don't even mention it. I'm afraid he might go out and actually try it.
Nah, he doesn't have the guts to pull the trigger, I bet.
Nah, not at all. He fights with words.
A speaker for monitoring the stage. It's blaring at the time of the shooting. It's a pretty old model for such a nice place. I guess they don't care about sound quality back here, as long as you can hear it. Not that a loss of fidelity could possibly make the music worse. Good speakers must cost a lot. You have any idea how much a nice one that size would cost, Apollo?
Probably a good 10 years of your allowance, give or take.
What? But that's almost $600!
Wait. So you get $60. So you get $60 a year? $5 a month?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Poor Trucy.
Wait till she finds out you need to buy 2 speakers for a stereo. Trucy's wait, we got a what? We got a freaking achievement for pointing out how bad her allowance is. That's hilarious.
Look, the carpet's been torn up here.
That's the part we did the liminal testing on in court. Lumi Mall? What's Lumi Mall? It's liminal. Get it right. Emma's kind of scary when it comes to science.
Best learn the word and not incite her wrath again. That's me when it comes to pronouncing words with maniacal. And Nick. Man, we got into an argument on how to pronounce Xenoblade the other day, by the way. That's one of those permanent dryers you see in hair salons.
Is that what they're really called? Permanent dryers?
Do I look like a beautician? I just know they dry your hair and give you a permanent...
It just doesn't sound very glamorous, you know?
Okay, how about a perm machine?
Or you could go more simple like permer.
This isn't a bad game, thinking of official names for things. Okay, what would you guys come up with an official name for a stream? Like, something that allows you to stream. A streamer? No, because that's the person who's streaming. But if you're, like, what was OBS? Like a streamlet? Yeah, streamlet. OBS is now a streamlet.
Not that it makes the name actually official or anything.
Because it lets you to stream. Get it?
The murder weapon, so it belongs to Mr. Latouche. That thing makes more normal revolvers look like water guns.
Mr. Latouche was a big man, but how about the person who shot him? Wouldn't they have to be about his size? Seeing these mirrors lined up like that makes me think I'm really in the dressing room. Look at all that makeup.
All I know is they sure don't make for much of a clue.
I guess she's not into makeup yet.
That's one heavy-duty bouquet here.
I have trouble thinking of flowers as being heavy-duty.
But they actually call lots of things heavy-duty.
Not flowers, they don't.
What about a heavy set?
I think you mean heady.
What if flowers were plastic?
They still wouldn't be heavy.
But what if they were made out of metal?
What, like a magnolia made of steel? The Steel Magnolias! Wait, Steel Magnolias! Isn't that like a movie?
Exactly, though I hope all my fans don't start throwing metal flowers at me. A stack of presents for Le Miroir. Stars always get the biggest presents. You know, you could give me a present, Apollo.
Here, have a piece of candy.
Ooh, a piece of candy. Gee, thanks!
She must not get a lot of presents, poor girl. I mean, when your father is Phoenix Wright, you're not exactly the richest girl in the world. This was the window where Le Miroir saw the crime scene from. I wish it was that simple.
Kind of hard to see a crime scene when you can't see. But she did hear it.
Yeah, but the window was closed.
Maybe she heard it from some other way.
Unfortunately, that didn't help us any.
I don't think we're gonna get any more information out of Emma at the moment. Yeah, she's just going to ignore everything I present to her, isn't she? Or, you know, we can talk about the pistol. That's an Interpol issue revolver, right? Which means it belonged to Mr. Latouche. He must have had it to begin with. Sounds that way. So if it was Machi, are we saying Machi stole it from Mr. Latouche? Now that's a really hard to imagine him doing. And she's not going to say anything about this. Thoughts on the keyring? Nothing. Damn. All right. And she's not going to say anything about the dead body either, is she? Nope. All right. Well, we got as much info as we can out of this location. Let's head back. Let's try the stage. July 9th in the wings. That song, isn't that the one Lemiroir was singing? Yeah, you're right. The guitar serenade. Wow, I'd love to do a show on a stage like this. I'd come to see that. The house is full, and as one, the audience sighs with wonderment. There I am, singing my ballad, rose petals swirling through the air. Trucy truly is a romantic. A girl after my own heart. Not bad. Wait, aren't you a magician? Oh! That's right. I was a magician, wasn't I? Some dedication.
Aha! There's it, Miss Trucy, and indeed it is.
Uncle Valent!
What exactly are you doing here? I take real responsibility in tasks undertaken. I am inspecting my equipment of illusion to make sure naught is amiss.
The Lemiroir teleportation illusion. Oh.
Should anything go wrong, it would reflect poorly upon me and my troop. As I went about my exacting examination, I happened to notice that piano. And I remember that fair lady's melancholy melody.
Hey, Apollo, maybe Uncle Valent can shed some light on this whole thing for us. I was wondering about the show the night of the murder. Lemiroir's vanishing act was your illusion, right?
Indeed, the purple prosecutor petitioned my performance. At the climax of the song, he said, "Make her disappear like a dream."
Like a dream?
Yet, what can I work with on the stage meant for musical endeavors? There are none of the conveniences of a stage built for sorcerous acts. It was a challenging task, and so I accepted.
People always go after the challenge. I respect it. She disappeared from the top, but in order to move, you would have to have had used some sort of secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. People have come to me because I'm a professional. My illusions are custom made for a time and place.
Now, because of the murder, all the eyes of the nation are on this concert. Not a bad thing as far as the fortunes of Troop Gramarye are concerned.
So you were here checking up on your trick to make sure it went well.
And went well it did! Now, speaking of pianos, that piano over there troubles me.
Man, there's a lot of pianos in these last few cases. It troubles you? Why?
Why? Why, you ask? Why?
I think it's probably quicker if I just go check it out myself, thanks.
I know what you're thinking in that head of yours. Gramarye, yes, you say. I recall seeing him on television. Something of that sort.
Actually, yes, you're right.
Wow, he just read your mind, Apollo!
Or everyone tells him that, then he made a good guess.
It was 20 years ago. A young magician, a genius of his time, came down among us.
You know, I probably should add in a certain image whenever the word Among Us comes up during my streams.
His name was Magnifi Gramarye. He was the one who began the great troop Gramarye. In his prime, not a day passed that he did not play upon the screens of every TV there was. I do have a vague memory of someone like that on TV. Yet several years ago, that time came to an end. My troop pulled a vanishing act, yes. Cries for magic no longer heard. The TV screen a barren waste, stripped of illusion.
That's not true. I still went to all your shows. Like the one in the parking lot down at the supermarket.
Oh, Jesus.
When you start playing in supermarket parking lots, you know you're in trouble.
We honed our skills at these small venues, always awaiting our time.
Man, now I'm just imagining if I ever got so poor I had to start streaming in the middle of like a Walmart parking lot. It's like, oh hey, give me money so I can talk to you about my blind playthrough of Paper Mario.
Yes, one day we will rise from obscurity onto fame's shining stage once more. I do this not only for the magic that is Gramarye, but for my partner.
Your partner? You mean?
Yes, Zach Gramarye.
Tracy's father.
Before he disappeared 7 years ago, there was no name higher than Gramarye in show business circles. None. I will see us return to glory. I, Valens Gramarye.
Why does this feel like this is setting up for the 4th case rather than the 3rd case? This feels totally irrelevant.
Founder Magnifique Gramarye was truly a genius, a worker of miracles.
I'll never forget the one I saw when I was little. How he made the whole jumbo jet go, what happened to the jet again?
Apparently someone doesn't remember it as well as they thought. Of all the would-be magicians who came to his door, only Zach and I had the talent. In no time at all, Valent and Zach were the shining stars in the Gramarye crown.
Cool, huh? And Zach Gramarye was my daddy.
Now that Magnifique and Zach are gone, I have but one wish. Let it be I, Valent Gramarye, who brings the Gramarye miracle back to the big stage.
I'm rooting for you.
Miss Trucy, you cannot grow up quickly enough. I need your skill by my side.
One skill coming up.
How do we manage to get off the topic of the case so quickly all the time?
I still can't believe we found Machi and Mr. Latouche up on the tower, top of that tower.
Yeah, I'm used to not liking high places. Now I hate them.
It's not like it would have been nice. Not like it would have been nicer if we found a dead body closer to the ground. Though that reminds me, Daddy's bad with heights too.
It's fine. He'll just catch a cold. He'll be fine. No kidding.
He took me on a Ferris wheel ride a while ago, you know. Halfway through, his face got all green and he mumbled objection over and over.
Poor guy. Well, at least he didn't be all like, oh, hey, I'm actually the real king of Team Plasma. That's the ladder we used to climb up to Stage Tower. Not a moment I'm likely to forget anytime soon.
Me neither. I'll never be able to climb another tower again without thinking about it, you know.
I'll never be able to climb a tower again, period. Now that's a big instrument case.
That's a case for a contrabass, I think.
You can fit 20 violins in there. Wait, I think I read this already.
Yeah, I read this already. Skip, 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 skip. You know, if I read something already, it'd be nice if the check mark just appeared there so I didn't have to double check every time.
Look at all the electronics. They must be sound related.
Doesn't seeing a bunch of machines like this make you want to fiddle with them?
Believe me, from how much I've been messing around with OBS, I have to lock everything just to make sure I don't accidentally mess with my sound settings too much.
Can I Apollo, please?
No, no fiddling. You'll break something, and you know who will have to pay for us? Yes, us.
If you're going to make an omelet, you gotta break some eggs. That's what Daddy always says.
These eggs look kind of expensive.
That's one big piano. I've never actually played one.
You should get Mr. Right to teach you sometime.
No good. He can't play either.
I kind of feel bad for the guy now.
Maybe now's my big chance. Stand back.
This could be the debut of a prodigy. What was that?
Ew.
Did you make that noise just now?
Let me try it again.
You know, I think something's stuck in the piano. You know, I've been watching like someone who tunes pianos on YouTube, and it's like, this is giving me anxiety.
Time to take a look under the hood. Huh? Look, this was stuck between the strings. It looks like some kind of switch.
No, this is a switch. Someone must have thrown this into the piano. Found on the stage. It's a switch for something, and that's all I know. It's a Joy-Con, touche!
This switch sitting here, tempting me to push it.
Don't, you might blow up the whole Coliseum.
Apollo, please. To think that every strange switch triggers a bomb.
Chat. Don't press ram buttons.
That kind of old-fashioned crime drama thinking doesn't cut into our busy times.
That's... No!
Alright, true CPI, please enlighten me. What do you think this switch does? I think it plays video games. Maybe it turns on the electric razor in Prosecutor Gavin's dressing room.
A switch as big as a razor to turn on a razor. Okay. And there's nothing else here. Alright. What do you think about all this, Valent? Words cannot express my shock and chagrin. All I see before me is this stage and me upon it. Nothing smaller, nothing less radiant catches my eye.
True, you're not getting on in years. Not much time left to make your mark, huh?
That is now how I was seeing it. Me when I interact with any of my friends. So he doesn't care about what I have to show him. I get the point.
Anthony, I forget. You're younger than me, right?
By like a year or two? I forget. I was wondering about the stunt in this video right in the middle of the song.
I didn't see a stunt. Oh, that? I guess I'm so used to seeing that happen I didn't even notice.
So young to be so jaded. A simple sleight of hand, a petite prestidigitation. A monochrome of- wait, didn't I read this already? A monochrome of magic from me to you.
So that's why you were at the concert.
Yes, I was there to watch my trick take part in the air. Yeah, I read this already. Skip, 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 skip. Come on, you're a magician. Aren't you part of the same secret club? God, Teehee Trucy is adorable. Can we get some teehees in chat? Well, it doesn't look like we're going to get anything else over here. Might as well head back to the hallway, I guess. Maybe Emma has something to say about this switch we found? Thank you, Sagami! Do you think you could take a look at this? A small device. Looks like a transmitter. A transmitter? You press the switch here and it sends out a signal. No idea what's it for, though. A signal? You mean an electronic signal?
What is it, Apollo?
Say, Emma, you know what strange object you said you found?
Oh, this?
Let me try pressing the switch.
Youch! It's on fire! Emma's device is on fire! What's the big idea? Apollo just got smacked. Cute. Well, now we know what this is. An igniter. This part here must work like a lighter. It nearly lit me up, that's for sure. Hey, don't look at me like that. I didn't do it on purpose. I suppose at least we're getting somewhere with this case. Hey, Apollo! Let's ask Emma more about this switch. Now that she has some first-hand experience. I know Emma's hot, but this is ridiculous. Touché. Why is it that I can easily imagine Emma's lab coat catching fire as well? What are you trying to do? Burn me alive? Come on, it was just a few sparks. Says you! You weren't the one holding it! There's enough sparks flying around here just with you two talking. Juicy, are you shipping them? Anyway, now we know this is a remote for an igniter. Let me see that for a second. Well, this is definitely a little transmitter. The signal's weak, probably only reaches 30 feet. A transmitter, huh? Oh, I get it. It was the thing that set Clavier's guitar on fire, wasn't it? Incidentally, if you look at the cross-section diagram on the stage area, let's see, 30 feet from Lemire's dressing room. That covers the backstage completely. It also looks like it would cover the stage. It kind of seems unlikely anyone would use this on stage. Are you guys seriously so dumb that you don't realize what this was used for? I guess I best be getting on with my investigation. We're off to look for more clues somewhere then. I feel better just knowing what this thing is now. I'll have to look into igniters a bit more later. Good luck! I'd like to know a bit more about igniters myself. I can't tell if like the Ace Attorney characters are just colossal morons or not with how little they piece things together. Igniter found at the crime scene. Emits a flame when triggered by remote control. Do you think this thing is powered by propane and propane accessories? Oh, these little parts. It's pretty complex. I'm guessing this is where the fire comes out. Other than that, good thing machines run even if we don't know how they work. That's what Daddy always says. Not really a saying you want to go around repeating, Trucy. I will say this. One thing I've always wondered about, how does, like, phones work? Like, I know they're powered by electricity, but how do they, like... I always wondered how programming actually works for computers where, like... How is it, like, activating, like, electronic readings and stuff like that to display certain stuff? Modern technology is wild when you think about it. Well, we got our information, but now what do we do? Thoughts on this remote trigger? I'm sorry, but my information about the outside world is somewhat limited. I only know what I've heard or felt. Maybe that explains why she didn't react when I showed her the stuff the other day. She's still pretending she could see then. There anything in the Gavinier's dressing room? Nope. Where to now then? A computer that used to take an entire room is now weaker than a ubiquitous computer everyone has in their pocket. Technology is crazy. Like, Technology's like progressing at a wild rate. It's crazy. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, technology just explodes in, like, the next 10 years or so. July 9th, Sunshine Coliseum. What? Come to laugh at the murderer?
Darian!
That old bag opens her pie hole and wham bam, my life goes down to shoot. Thanks. They won't let me work? Well, I'm a suspect.
Darian isn't the best of moods, is he? Not many people are these days, it seems. It is a crime scene. Not exactly the happiest place to hang out.
Then Gavin had to go and rub salt in the wound. My alibi's rock solid! Rock solid!
So, about your alibi.
You have to ask. The shooting happened right in the middle of the third set.
That's right. The music was blaring when we heard those gunshots.
And we found Mr. Latouche dead. I got 10,000 witnesses who saw me too. Right there on that stage.
Your guitar playing was something else.
Thanks, little lady. See? This whole thing's a sham. Can't believe they aren't letting me work.
There's no need to yell at me. It's
Lemiroir's fault. She was the one who said she heard his voice at the moment of the crime. Man, I never even talked to that old windbag. How could she possibly identify me?
They won't let you work?
He won't even let me work. Gavin says I gotta lie low till the suspicion is cleared. What suspicion? You can't be... Give me such a stick in the mud.
You're sometimes surprised how fast the technology grows in the modern years? I know, right?
Like, you know what? Like, it's wild to me because, like, I thought the gamepad was crazy for being able to perform asymmetrical gameplay, but now modern games can do that really easily using, like much thinner devices or, like, VR devices.
Mr. Gavin, a stick in the mud?
He may look all flash and showy, but he's straight as an arrow, man. Except when he's depressed. You hear him whining the other day?
Oh, you mean the whole thing with the mixing board?
Then how was the performance just now? What was all that all about? This part is off. Which is that? Second guitar. It was you, Darian. He's just a perfectionist is all. Not a bad guy, really. Then we can play the world just like in that hack, just without the falling in a coma part. So many devs are trying to make VR MMOs. Oh boy! I can't wait for us to be inflicted by Sword Art Online and be trapped in a digital world for the rest of our lives. It's okay. I'll have like 2 years of semen backed up. I'm sorry. That makes no sense to anyone who doesn't know Sword Art Online.
Well, I think the Gavineers are the best. I have all your albums.
The band's fine too. Gavin can write a good tune, I'll give him that. Please explain that meme. Look up Sword Art Online and semen. Do you guys actually want me to explain it? It was okay. So, it was it was basically a 18+ chapter in Sword Art Online's visual novel or web novel. Yeah, we're talking about the porn scene from Sword Art Online, like in novel form, that is. And to think of it, I haven't seen Prosecutor Gavin around much. So Kirito and Asuna banged, basically. Oh, him? He's down at the prosecutor's office, most likely. The prosecutor's office? I've never been there, have I?
The data on the victim should have come in from Interpol. Normally, I'd be down there dealing with it normally.
Apollo, let's go check it out. I've always wanted to see the prosecutor's office.
Maybe that's not such a bad idea.
Right on.
Say hi for me, okay? And screw you. And tell him I want into that crime scene. We'll be going now. Hey, wait. Yes? What do you really think happened? Really? Yeah, Excel World takes place way later down the timeline for Sword Art Online, yeah. I don't think I did it, right? Well, great. Way to instill a guy with some confidence. Just remember, I was ripping it up on stage when it happened, okay? Ripping! Don't get led astray by some siren song, eh? Get this one wrong and you'll be eating humble pie for a year. I'll bake it myself.
Let's not talk to him anymore, all right?
Detective Darian Crescent. He's one stone I'd leave unturned if I had a choice. Let's go see Gavin's office. Man, of course he has a freaking reclining chair. I want one.
So, this is it. The Gavineer's head office.
It's not the band's office, it's the prosecutor's office. Yeah, so that's why I'm asking, what is this creepy thing, object, whatever? Looks like Prosecutor Gavin is on the phone.
Oh well, guess we'll have to come back. Or we can hide behind that bookshelf real quiet like.
That's eavesdropping.
Why? We just be waiting quietly so he won't notice. What if we heard something scandalous about the band?
She'd make a good reporter for a gossip mag. What? A replica? So that's why he was after it in the first place. Yeah, Lettuce. Lettuce? Look, don't talk to me about those Borgians, okay? Just give me that report, chop chop. And stop leaving mysterious objects in my office, okay? Times like this is like this when I start to miss Darian. Huh?
Hiya! Teehee. Just thought we'd drop in, hope you're not mad.
How could I be? There's not enough teehee in the world in any case. You heard it, chat! More teehees! Have a seat. Prosecutor Gavin, the philanthropist.
Watch and learn, Apollo.
So, who have you come to see? Huh? Javier, lead vocalist for the Gavineers, or Prosecutor Gavin, scourge of the courtroom?
What do you think he means, Apollo?
I think he's giving us a choice. We either ask him about the concert or the case. Which way to go? I need a look at this room first. This display shows all the evidence for the case.
Look, Apollo, he's got 3 televisions!
I need 3 monitors myself. Hey, don't look at those too closely. I'm still sorting out the details. Each monitor shows evidence for a different case. He does them all at once?
Wish I had 3 TVs.
I wish I had 3 monitors. What would you possibly do with 3 television sets? Well, one of them would display Discord, one would be OBS, and one would be the game.
I may look laid back and relaxed, but in reality, I'm quite busy, you know. I'm living life at turbo speed, doing magic, going to school, investigating cases.
Drink and stretch. Thanks for a reminder, Wolf.
Actually,
Firmside, do you know whether or not my computer can squeeze in a 3rd monitor? Literally Justin saw a monitor arm and an ultra wide monitor during your stream. Sent you a photo. Oh, let me see. Ooh. Okay, you know what? Maybe I should actually grab a monitor arm for myself. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to get a monitor arm for myself. The bigger question is just what connections you have on your video card. I don't know. I think Bermsai has my my specs, so he can tell me whether or not if I can put in a third monitor. As long as I have 3 ports, I actually don't know. Yeah, can you check that for me? I'm actually kind of curious now because I kind of want to set up a third monitor now. But if I had 3 big TVs, I could watch a magic video, do my homework, and catch a crime drama all at once. The first 2 seem useful, I suppose.
Wow, look at that stereo!
To me, a life without music is inconceivable. I never turn down the volume even when I'm working on a case.
That's such a huge speaker. That must be really loud.
This room is completely soundproof, of course.
Really? At my place, I can hear when the neighbors turn their VCR on to record something.
Maybe you can get Mr. Wright to talk to them, work something out.
And lately, we've been getting complaints about Apollo's voice training.
Maybe I'll go have a word with Mr. Wright too. Apollo, do you live at the Right Everything Agency, or is that just an office? I could watch 3 streams at once without your browser lagging? Theoretically. It does require some power from your computer.
What's that on the plate there?
Is that gum?
Gum?
Maybe he was chewing it when the phone rang. Oh my god. Clavalier Gavin is actually related to Violet Beauregard. So you put it in the plate for later consumption.
You think a rockstar would afford a fresh stick?
Don't jump to any conclusions now. That's no chewing gum. Take a closer look. Although I really shouldn't be offering, should I? What is that? It looks like a lump of plastic.
Wait, that phone call!
We literally just saw this. Why are we flashing back to this literally right now? Prosecutor Gavin, does this have something to do with Mr. Latouche? Wait a second. You were listening to my phone call, weren't you?
Who? Us? I tried to stop him, really, but he forced me to.
Wow, Juicy, happy to throw her friends under the bus. I see how it is. Hey, you were the one who digging for a scandal, Miss Reporter. To tell the truth, I'm not even sure what it is. But apparently it's a model of something undercover agent Mr. Latouche was after.
This lump?
Would you mind telling us what you know about it? And we'll look at that in a second. We're just going to finish checking everything here. That was an impressive bit of pyrotechnics that did this.
That's a guitar from the concert, isn't it?
I thought it was one of the staff playing a gag on me. I never guessed that it wasn't the end of it. I had a specialist analyze the guitar, incidentally.
Oh, did you find anything out?
He didn't have a lot of time, so it's still unclear. But the results he came up with were intriguing. Intriguing? How does that guitar tie into everything that went on?
Sounds like something we should ask about.
That view is exhilarating, Ja. I sit here gazing down upon the city, writing my songs, trying to work on cases. It is the same thing. I write lyrics the same way I corroborate evidence. It is a harmony between the logical mind and the primal spirit within. Is it so hard to admit that you like staring out your window and daydreaming?
What's wrong, Apollo? You look confused.
I was just wondering where the work chair in this office was. You're looking at my favorite chair right now. That's a massage chair.
That's a massage chair? Oh my god, Gavin. Okay.
That's an ergonomic, adjustable office.
I love the ones with the vibrating rollers on your back. Those feel great. Did I say something wrong?
No, I merely realized the futility of an explanation.
Is he calling us peasants? Look at all the guitars. Why so many?
You can never have too many guitars. They are like my lovers.
Okay, you know what, Clavier? Man after my own heart. I too am of opinion of harems. I didn't just hear him say that. They're backup guitars, Apollo. Don't you know anything? Rock and rollers always smashing guitars at the end of a show.
No wonder it's so hard to make it as a musician.
You know what? You should try rocking a little, Apollo.
And breaking his guitars while he watches? That might be a little too rocking.
Of course, I would never do such a thing. Did I not say they are like my lovers? Do I seem like the kind of man who would do such a thing to the ones he loves?
Press 1 in chat if you doubt.
No, not at all. I mean, you're Mr. Gavin, upstanding prosecutor.
What happened to Prosecutor Gavin, God of Rock?
Ah, that reminds me, did you see the paper today?
Yes, I always read the TV section.
Good girl. How about you, Air Forehead?
I read the funnies. Apollo totally would read the comics. So Clavier doesn't smash his lovers. So he passes. Gotcha.
Then you will not have seen this? Concert of Tragedy, the prosecutor's deadly song.
Oh, is that a new show? I haven't heard about that one.
It's not a show, it's an article. News, you know.
Oh, does this have anything to do with the case?
Since getting back from the trial, my phone has been ringing off the hook.
Your phone has been calling Pearl and Marina?
How does it feel to take a man's life with a song? Have you ever hummed a man all the way to death row? Do you think you could sing for me over the phone? It is endless. Endless, thanks to the case you made today, of course.
Oh, that was all Apollo's idea.
Hey. Is that a newspaper over there too?
Ah, yes, the Borgnian Daily Bugle. Go ahead, take a look.
The Daily Bugle? Does the Borgnian Daily Bugle have like a Borgnian version of J. Jonah Jameson? I want photos! Photos of Spider-Man! But Borgnian Spider-Man! Thanks, but I can't read Borganian.
Oh, that's right. Suffice it to say, this is big news over there as well. Though they didn't go so far as to mention the lyrics to my song.
Probably no one in Borgnia could believe it.
It's probably seen as just a theory at this point. The journalists don't see the need to mention it.
That's a hypothesis. A theory and a hypothesis are two different things.
That makes sense. I hardly know what to think of it myself.
Article about the case. It doesn't mention the lyrics to Lemure's ballad.
Lemure's testimony will probably be in the evening edition, I imagine. Which is why I had Darian step down from the investigation for now.
Yeah, we ran into him moping in front of the Coliseum.
Lemure was my invited guest, so it is a rather delicate situation. You understand how much I want to solve this case quickly if possible.
Let me take a look at this. Huh.
I really love that song. It has such a great atmosphere to it.
You co-wrote it with Lemure, if I recall correctly.
That's right. It was last year. I'd gone to tour Borgnia's legal system, as a matter of fact.
And that's when you heard Lemure's voice?
It was at the small jazz club. I wept that night. I knew I had to meet her, to talk with her. So I used my influence, which is not inconsiderable, to arrange a meeting.
Wow, prosecutors really have a lot of clout. I think he's sort of a special case, Trucy. Thankfully, she liked the work I did, and we wrote a song right there backstage. Machi on piano, that dulcet voice. And myself on guitar that I borrowed from Le Miroir. You borrowed from Le Miroir? Huh. Huh. I believe the wingdings for Bornea are from the non-local perspective. Makes sense. And music history was made. Probably not an experience your average lawyer would ever have, like Apollo say. It is a memory I hold dear, and the song we wrote that night was this. And that very guitar is right over there. You mean this charred lump? Don't call it a lump, that's a piece of history! And it's only borrowed, not really charred. No matter, I shall never sing that song again. I wouldn't have used that guitar again either if I could have. What happened during that song anyway? Why did his guitar suddenly catch on fire? Do you think you could show it to us? Your charred, slightly burnt guitar? I'm sure he doesn't mind. What more could happen to it? It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like Le Miroir. How did it end up here? She gave it to me. I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night and she made a present of it. So this guitar's from Bornea? That it is. I couldn't carry it on the plane. Change in air pressure and humidity ruins the wood. So we vacuum packed it in Le Miroir's studio. I used a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. See, prosecutors do have a lot of clout. I still think he's a special case. Such a valuable guitar. Too bad it got burned. How'd it get burned? How'd it get burned? What was it that you were saying earlier? Something about intriguing results from an examination of the guitar? That's right! What was all that all about? Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front. It is called the sound hole. Ah, so that's what it's called. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. A broken device? Yes, this. In fact, yep, that's what I thought. The examiner is busy with evidence for the case now, however, so be checking this out once he's finished with everything else. That device looks strangely familiar. Apollo, I swear to God. You literally almost set Emma on fire with it. There's slightly scorched, and then there's this. It's burned clean through. Yep, it's pretty much a useless piece of junk. It's kind of like you after a trial, Apollo. Jesus, we've done like 2 or 3 trials. Calm your titties, girl. Which part, the burned clean through or the useless piece of junk? This was found in Mr. Letus's bag. Here's he be savage for real. It's apparently a replica of something. A replica? It's a small lump, about 1.5 inches long. We analyzed it, but there's not much to say other than it's a lump of plastic. Perhaps it was used in the identification of whatever it is a replica of. You mean whatever Mr. Letus was after? It seems to be the most logical explanation. Well, what is it? Don't ask me, Fraulein. Oh? If you don't want to tell us, you could just say so. I put in a request to Interpol via my contacts in Bornea, but apparently there is a block on information somewhere along the chain. Oh. There's something either Interpol or Bornea doesn't want to share. Something about this little piece of plastic. Mr. Letus went through all that trouble to become Le Miroir's manager. Just to come to this country to find out more about this lump? And he died for it. I sent someone to the Colosseum to fetch Le Miroir. Perhaps she knows something about it, being a Bornean. sample, huh? Think they put a big enough label on it?
Maybe it's to keep people from eating it by mistake.
Yes, they might think it was a otherwise tasty multicolored lump of plastic.
Maybe it's a manufacturer. Sample toys when you can't afford the real thing.
Sounds like a company Mr. Wright would like.
July 9th, backstage hallway.
This place is deserted.
I wonder where Lamirar went off to.
I'm sure she's okay on her own. She seems resourceful.
I guess, but I can't help worrying about her a little.
Let's try the Gavnir's dressing room? Nothing. That's yesterday by 17. Oh my god, you're right.
Well, no, that's June.
Like, this is July.
Yeah, I don't think Emma has anything to say to us at the moment either.
Stage? Nope, doesn't look like it either. Well, if we can't find her, I guess we probably should just head back home then. I don't think I really want to present anything to Emma at the moment either.
Oh, actually, wait! I have an idea! Maybe I'm supposed to present it over to... Machi. Looks like Machi is in questioning.
Huh, the police must have a Borgnian interpreter. That's no fair. I wish we could talk to him.
I guess we'll just have to come back later if we want to see him.
I guess so. Well, frick!
There goes my last theory. I'm gonna use the bathroom really quick. I'll be back in a moment.
That being said, though, I don't think we have much more left in the day.
Sorry about that, everyone. I really couldn't hold it in any longer.
This is what happens when you guys force me to drink a ton of water, by the way.
Okay. I don't know, Trucy, you got anything to say? You don't. I guess maybe go to Sunshine Coliseum? I don't really know who else I'm left to talk to. What do you think of this thing? And of course, Emma doesn't have anything to say.
I'm not entirely sure why. You know what, chat? Save me a bit of time. Where do I need to go? Like, I know not Gavin, Clavier was mentioning how we need to go, talk to, like, someone from Borgnia, but unfortunately, I can't seem to get access to either Machi or Lemirar at the moment, so I don't know exactly where to go. If you guys want to give me a hint, I'll take it. Unless there's something else at Gavin's office I had to present. My apologies, but there's no way I'm going to be talking details about the case with you. If you want to get my attention, bring me something dramatic. I'm not here to get your attention, Gavin. I'm here to get your information. And you're not going to talk to me about keys either. Frick, yeah, this is no good either. And I can't do anything at the detention center, so where can I go? Maybe I need to go talk to... Valent? You have any thoughts on this? No, I didn't think so. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure where I need to go. Chat, actual question, like... Can you guys give me a hint on where I need to go? It's a stack of Lemirar's postcards. There it is, the landscape painter in sound. It must be hard to pretend you can't see when you can't. Yet the way she sings so effortlessly, you'd think she had life easy. Some people are just impressive like that. You know it. It just makes me think about how much further I have to go. If you've done everything at Gavin's office, something should trigger at Sunshine Coliseum? If we can solve this quickly and not add to our troubles. So maybe I need to head back over to Gavin's office. I thought I got everything. Maybe he needs to see something that you haven't shown him yet? It has to be one of these. Oh, there we go. What is it, Apollo? That device, that was found in your guitar. Take a look at this. Why, that looks like the same thing. What is it? It's an igniter. Another one? It was at the crime scene at Lemirar's dressing room. Detective Sky found it, actually. At the scene of the crime? What could that mean, I wonder? I believe that covers everything I'm at liberty to talk to you about. Oh, thanks for dropping by, Forehead. Thanks? Why, you gave me so much information! That igniter, for instance. Oh. That. I've never met an attorney so forthcoming with the prosecution. It's a big help. I never met a prosecutor who's so forthcoming with the defense. Perhaps you're just a tad naive, I guess I could have hit it, but somehow showing it felt like the right thing. Aww. Can Apollo and Clavier kiss? I could say the same to you, Prosecutor Gavin. Thanks for the information. About the, strange lump of plastic. The one that Mr. Latouche was investigating. Hey, that's right! I've been thinking, Forehead. We encounter many incidents in our lives, all of us. Not all of them simple. Especially not the ones where people are killing to song lyrics. That is why I try to at least remain simple inside. And I keep a simple goal, to discover the truth. That's why I like to keep relations civil, ja. That is all. I can live with that. Mr. Prosecutor? Fraulein? Can I ask you why you sing in a band? Because I want women to turn and look when I walk down the street. I feel like you can do that without even having to do that, but whatever, you do you, dude. That's pretty simple, too. Now, if you excuse me, I've got work to do. Another time, perhaps. There we go. Now that should work. July 9th, Sunshine Coliseum. Oh, it's you. You came at a good time. Hello there, Emma. Hello there. What's up? Either of you know where Lemure is? Well, I saw her in the backstage hallway a while ago. Yeah, that's strange. What's strange? I can't find her anywhere. I was supposed to bring her to the prosecutor's office. Lemire's missing? It's hard to imagine her wandering off somewhere on her own. Being that she's blind and all. Yeah, we'll help you look for her. Great, thanks. Time to wander around for a bit, I guess. Gavinier's dressing room? Nothing. Let's try her actual dressing room. Oh, so nothing. Why do I feel like I'm about to find a dead body and I'm going to be very upset about it? July 9th, 4:46 p.m. in the wings. I don't like the fact that the scene is blacked out. You been lurking? Playing Paper Mario? Nice. How far are you in that nameless? Feel free to lurk away if you need to. The stage is pitch dark. The power breaker must be off for this section. Great. I'll go get someone. Yipes, it was really dark out there. Dark? That's all Lemure has when you think about it. What would it be like to live in a world of darkness? Look at you, Kingdom Hearts. Hey, Apollo? Huh? What? Doesn't something about the strange scene seem different to you? Like, something's changed? Changed? I can't put my finger on it, but it's bugging me. Now it's bugging me too. What's she talking about? I still can't believe we found Machi and Latus up top of the tower. Yeah, I used to not like high places. Now I hate them. You know what? I think I know exactly what I need to look for. I just want to see if there's any new dialogue here. Between chapter 5 and 6, doing some cleanup item collection. Nice! How'd you enjoy chapter 5? I like chapter 5 a lot. Hey, that case! Wasn't that open before? Yeah, that's what I thought. Huh, I guess someone's closed it. Wait. Look, where the case closes? Something's sticking out. That doesn't look like an instrument. You don't think it's... Let's open it, Apollo! Oh. Let me roar! Emma! We have to get Emma! Lemure was taken directly to the hospital. Emma ran around barking orders, making phone calls. Trucy just clung to my arm and cried. Ah! Oh, so Naked Peach has fan art? Oh, there absolutely is fan art. I've seen it. And me? I'm still in shock. 2 bodies in 2 days is too many. July 9th, 5:53 p.m. Hickfield Clinic. We took her to Hickfield Clinic? We couldn't take her to a proper hospital? Emma, how's Lemure? Is she okay? Ah, you. We owe you a big thanks, that's for sure. So, she's okay? Yes, she came to a short while ago. You found her before it was too late. That's good to hear. So what happened? Someone attacked her. She was struck on the forehead. By who? We don't know. But they hit her in the forehead, right? That's right in front of her. How could she not see? Oh. Right. Would you like to see her now? Is that all right? She wants to thank you for saving her life. It's just the go-to physician's office for Ace Attorney? For real. Lemuroir. Mr. Attorney, you were the one who found me. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm just glad you're okay. Tell me, what happened? No clues. Oops. That must be a recovering patient. He keeps staring at us. What's so unusual about an attorney and a magician? Very good song. The door down the hallway reads X-ray room. I never did like X-rays. I don't think I enjoy looking at someone's insides. Spotting nervous habits is intense enough. Some visitors are here in the waiting room watching TV. Murder during a concert at Sunshine Coliseum. Huh, looks like we're on the news. With his current hit song, Guilty Love is in the courtroom as prosecutor. Singing the defendant all the way to death row. Prosecutor Gavin this, Prosecutor Gavin that? Where's my 15 minutes? This still holds up with Ace Attorney soundtracks for you? Maybe your favorite? I can respect that. Honestly, all the songs have been jams so far. A nurse watches hawk-like from the reception desk. She glares at me whenever I talk. Maybe my voice carries. I'm okay! I'm fine! It was after I spoke with you in front of the dressing room. I sensed someone approaching. I thought it might be someone coming to see me, but they said nothing. When I went to return to my dressing room, you were hit? I knew that very moment I knew. The assailant was trying to kill me. No. What did Splatoon Twitter put out? Let me see this. Not much to say. It's just saying, oh, hey, thanks for participating. The magnetic field disturbances that were observed before a big round have now completely stopped. Investigation. Oh! Oh! Oh, dang! More big runs, big runs coming. Let's go. Best Ace Attorney soundtracks in your opinion are 3, 5, 6, and Layden. Dude, Layden's soundtrack was so good. I was surprised how much I liked it. And fun fact, you're pretty sure this game soundtrack was done by the same group that did Mega Man X4, correct? It was lucky for me the first blow did not knock me out. It turned and ran for the stage. Someone chasing me, I could hear footsteps. Yet I reached the stage first. Why the stage? I had overheard maintenance people talking. The power to the stage area was off, they said, for electrical work. Darkness is my ally. There was a contrabass case near the stage. That's where I hid. So the assailant couldn't see you. Once in the case, I'm afraid I passed out. Wow, that sounds like a really close call. Do you have any idea who might have been? Unfortunately, no. Whoever it was, they said not a word. Too bad. Yet, when I considered that I was struck high on the forehead, I must conclude that whoever hit me was taller than I am. Good point. She's sharp. And you're much taller than I am. You're about as tall as Apollo. So that means it was likely an adult and probably a man. Could it be him? But why would anyone attack you, Lemuroir? The detective asked me this too. And to her, I gave her the same answer I give you. I do not know. Do you know anything about this? Lemuroir, I want to ask you about this. Do you know what this is? This is what? Mr. Latouche was carrying it. It's a replica of the thing he was after. He was after? You know, in his secret identity as an undercover agent.
So that's what he was doing.
You mean you know what?
Yes, I know, of course. This must be a Borgnian cocoon.
I activate the cocoon of evolution! Now, in 6 turns, my petite moth will evolve into the ultimate, perfectly ultimate great moth!
Oh, rather a convincing replica thereof. Why haven't I heard of a cocoon of evolution before?
Why would he be carrying this around? Was it some kind of souvenir? I wonder. Well, they call it Borgnian. It must only be found in Borgnia. For instance, all in Borginian...
I think I'm pronouncing it wrong. I think it's pronounced Borginian. Borginia.
Know of these. It's a cocoon, so do you get silk from it? I do not know the details, I'm sorry to say.
I thought she said all in Borginia knew of these.
There's one fact I do know about the cocoon, though. Something all in Borginia know.
What's that?
The cocoons, they are not to be taken out of the country. If someone does and is caught, they will be put to death.
To death? Why?
I do not know. Yet, if Interpol was involved, I'm sure there's a good reason.
But this is just a piece of plastic! He was carrying a replica, but looking for the real deal. That's my best guess. What if the cocoon is actually a jewel? What if it's like some kind of fancy jewel, and if it's taken out of the country, it's like stealing the royal family's, the royal jewels from Britain? Insect silky dust. So so that's what he was up to. Tracking down Borgnian cocoon smuggling.
Smuggling?
Smuggling?
It seems I was marked.
Marked?
Life changed for me when the popularity of my songs. I began to travel around the world.
Ah, so you could have brought those Borgnian cocoons with you.
On my trips, yes, that was probably to suspicion. And Mr. Latouche was placed as an undercover agent to look into it. Borginia is a small, sheltered country. Not many of our people venture into the world outside.
Is that why they suspected you?
But Mr. Latouche wasn't a Borginian, was he? He was an Interpol agent, which means...
What, Apollo?
There must be some reason why Borginia didn't want those cocoons getting out. Something scary enough to get Interpol involved.
Huh? Like what? How can such a tiny ball of thread cause such a commotion?
Cocoon smuggling.
It's actually one of the 7 jewels that, when brought together, can awaken the Dark God and bring ruin to the land. And the only way to be able to resolve it is uniting the 13 darknesses.
And Mr. Latouche had Lemuroir marked.
It couldn't be her. Huh? There's one other person I need to talk to. Thank you for talking to us, Lemuroir.
It was the least I could do.
Actually, I have another request.
If it is within my power.
I need an interpreter. Someone who speaks Borgnian. Borginian.
Apollo! Would you come with us if you're well enough? I see. Yes. Yes, of course. I shall accompany you.
Huh? Where are we going? Come on, Trucy. We're about to get to the bottom of this. Cocoon smuggling is weird as Lego black market. I mean, to be fair, Lego gets really expensive, guys. There's a reason why people are able to like sell their Lego sets and be able to pay off their college tuitions. Lemire joined the party. She wobbled a lot because she has brain damage. Machi, we came to talk to you about the case.
Machi? Could you interpret for us, Lemuroir? Yes.
Machi, I'd like to talk to you about when we first met. When we still thought you were blind. Now we know the truth. You can see, right?
I was completely fooled myself.
Machi, isn't there another secret you're hiding from us?
Wait, Mr. Attorney, what do you mean by secret?
What do I mean by secret? Well... If I'm not mistaken, you know something about this, don't you?
Hey, you got a reaction! A big one! Machi, you didn't.
Trucy and I are trained to see people's uncertainty. Trucy is trained for this? Not that we would have needed any training to see that one.
Mr. Attorney, please tell me about...
Lemure, please, interpret.
Very well.
I know you know something about this by your reaction. If you won't tell me, I might have to give it to the prosecution. And have them look into it.
He asks you to wait. Do not be so hasty. Machi? You know everything?
Yes, everything. Well, sort of.
Have him tell us about it! Very well. What is this cocoon, anyway? The cocoon, the silk, is a potent cure. A cure?
It must cure some disease.
It's a cure for...
Incuritis! Uh-huh! A cure for incuritis! A replica of a cocoon from which a remedy for incuritis may be extracted. I can't tell if this is better or worse than Unobtainium from Avatar.
But if it's a cure, why keep it in Borginia like that? Just think of all the lives that could be saved by sharing the medicine. I do not understand the reasons myself.
Okay, well, at least we know what it is, a cure. And Mr. Latouche was after his cocoon smugglers.
Wait, was Machi... Machi, you weren't. He couldn't have been a smuggler. He's so little.
Well, you're only 15. You're sort of a magician, aren't you?
Well, that's true. I am sort of a magician.
She said sort of. Oh, to have a copy of that security camera tape.
Well, Machi, are you a smuggler? He won't tell me. First he plays blind, now he plays dumb.
I wonder, do you think he brought a cocoon here to sell it to someone? If Machi really did bring one into the country, was he planning on making a deal for its sale?
I can't go home.
Can't go home?
I can't go home to Borginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon from Borginia is death.
That's right, it's punishable by death. Every client in the game so far has been doing some shady / illegal stuff. Yeah, I've noticed. What is up with this?
About the case? What about the case? He wants to tell us about Mr. Latouche's death.
But not murder. Phoenix forged evidence, Waki is a gangster, and Machi is a smuggler. Yep. This meeting's over.
Darian?
What do you mean? Visiting hours aren't over yet. It's a call from Machi from the Borginian embassy. This meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy, we're leaving.
Tyrion, wait!
I never liked you, either of you.
Huh? Darn it, we were so close! He was about to tell us! Hey, Apollo.
He didn't want us to hear what Machi had to say.
Apollo.
And there can be only one reason why.
Why is everyone ignoring me?
Oh, sorry. This is it. I know who I'm after now. Do I? It all happens tomorrow in court. Oh boy. All right. Well, the conclusion of case 3 next time, everybody. I will say this though. Like, did Phoenix? I am wondering about Phoenix forging evidence because I'm wondering if Phoenix actually forged the evidence or if someone else forged it for him. I don't know. It just doesn't feel right that Phoenix would forge evidence. I feel like he's too honest for that. I'll worry about that another time, though. Well, let me figure out who killed Lettuce before the next stream. Let's see. Where is Genie? Oh, Genie! Genie of Slots, come on out. Spin those wheels. We got an important question for you now. Genie asks, Lundea asks, will Limit figure out who killed Lettuce before the next stream? And the answer is... of course, she never has a straight answer for us. I don't know why I ever anticipate her ever giving us a straight answer. She always just like... she always just assumes that I'm never going to succeed in anything. But honestly, even she can tell that I can figure out something sometimes. Oh well. I wonder what it is the prosecutor with the cocoon ingestion or injection. Yeah. The procedure with the cocoon ingestion or injection? I want to say it's probably ingestion. Mostly because, like, do you know how hard it is to make silk liquid? That's actually way harder than you think. You did get some game overs over something simple? Shh! Don't reveal my... Don't reveal that I rewrote the universe. Oh, sorry, excuse me. I forgot to mute in time. But yeah, everyone, thank y'all for coming out tonight. Really hope you guys enjoyed the stream. And let me give you guys a heads up for the schedule for this week. All right, so we're gonna be doing more Apollo Justice on Tuesday at 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're gonna be doing more Paper Mario on Friday. And yeah, that's about it. If there's any changes to the schedule though, y'all can follow me. Oh, actually, no, I forgot. I'm doing something next Sunday. I'm not entirely sure when it's starting. I think it's sometime in the afternoon, but I'm going to be doing an archipelago with Green Power Star and Company. It's 2 p.m. Yeah. Thank you, Gaddy. But yeah, we're going to be doing an archipelago with a bunch of friends. I think it's like 16 people or something like that right now. I'm going to be doing Cage too. So, yeah, that's going to be sometime in the afternoon on Sunday. Maniacal says 2. I don't know if that means Eastern or Central, so yeah. But yeah, that's going to be next Sunday. Hope you guys look forward to that. If there's any changes to the schedule, y'all can follow me on Twitter at NoLimit42, where I post stream updates and channel shenanigans. Why would I speak in your filthy time zone? All right, man. Do you want me to remove that mod power from you again? Because I will. Spark into CST. Okay. or for stream updates and general shenanigans. Alternatively, y'all can hit up the Discord server where we talk about anything and everything. We are a very friendly bunch there, and we're always welcome to any new faces. We also do movie nights in there every Monday night, aka tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're doing some marathon cleanup as we go through some movies that we got released from previous marathons, and we're going to be cleaning up the Disney Channel movies tomorrow night. We're going to be watching Zombies 3 and Under Wraps 2, which apparently got a sequel. But yeah, if you guys want to check that out, consider hitting up the Discord server where we host it. I also have a Throne account. Y'all never have to buy me anything, but it's there if you want. That's about it for now. If you guys have any raid messages in mind, let me know. I'm gonna find ourselves a raid target, but I do have a raid message of my own, I will say. Amazons? Cute, but not. I feel like that's a little too on the nose for me. Okay, let's go with this. Cocoon or candy? Clavier's finger trick. Thank you, Maniacal. We're gonna go with this. Red Goose Chase, Clavier's finger trip, and as for who we're going to be rating, it's a little late, but I think it's still their birthday during this time period. It's Jumney's birthday. How about we go give them some love? That's just going to be it for now, though. Thank y'all for coming out tonight. I hope you all enjoyed the stream. Again, hope to catch y'all next time. Until then, everyone, remember, stay safe, take care of yourselves, and remember, love always. Good night, everybody.